Chapter 18. Yes, it's Kirin. No matter what realm Kirin cultivated to, its lifespan could not exceed 1,500 years. This was the root cause of Kirin's extinction. However, in the limited 1,500 years of Kirin, as long as you work a little harder and concentrate on cultivation according to Kirin's cultivation method, you can become a super strong person in up to 500 years. It can even be comparable to a 10,000-year-old beast. In other words, Kirin's cultivation speed is 20 times that of other ancient beasts. The bloodline inherited by your Zodiac companions is actually passed down from the ancient beasts. They can become strong through cultivation. As the inheritor of the mythological Beast King, why can't you? Qi Yu was overjoyed. So, if I practice according to the real cultivation method, I can become a master in a short time. Xie said, "There's one thing I want to warn you in advance. It can be said to remind you. You have to remember the truth that the tallest tree in the forest will be cut down by the wind. Even if you become stronger in the future, you have to hide it as much as possible. Unless necessary, don't show it in front of others. Only by letting others underestimate you can you survive better or achieve your own goals more easily. Do you understand?" Qi Yu smiled and said, "I understand. What you mean is to only say 30% of the truth to people you meet. Don't throw away all your heart, right? I like to eat tigers mixed with pigs." Xie smiled and said, "It's good that you understand. Today, I helped you to arouse the original power of Kirin's arm in Kirin's bloodline. I had no choice. Kirin's dignity cannot be violated. However, this situation can only happen once. In the future, you have to rely on yourself. Now, do you feel that your thundercloud force has disappeared? That's because Kirin's arm overdrew the energy in your body. It will take at least a month to recover. Of course, if you practice according to the right cultivation method, this time will be much shorter. If you want to really use Kirin's arm and the 9 words incantation, you have to put in more effort. Now, let's go back to the beginning. Didn't you ask why I ran into your body? I can answer you now. Why? Just because I inherited King Kirin's bloodline? You could say that, but that's not entirely true. Because you inherited the most powerful bloodline in the Kirin clan. The Kirin King's bloodline contains an extremely thick Kirin's origin power. In this origin power, there is also some of the Kirin King's consciousness left behind. That day, after I discovered your Kirin bloodline, I used my own bloodline as a guide to draw out King Kirin's remaining consciousness. With King Kirin's permission, I became your shadow. Therefore, I am now your servant. To be able to become the shadow of King Kirin was what all Xie looked forward to the most. Because when King Kirin became really powerful as King Kirin's shadow, he could change from an impure Xie to a pure-blooded Kirin, and thus rise to the top of the Kirin clan. You don't have to worry about King Kirin's consciousness. His last consciousness could only tell me some things. Now, it has completely dissipated. King Kirin's bloodline can now be said to belong to you alone. A strange feeling suddenly appeared in Qi Yu's heart. It was as if an abnormally warm emotion filled his body, just like a father comforting his son. He had never had any relatives since he was young, and this sudden feeling caused his heart to tremble. This was the first time he felt that the Qilin bloodline that he had inherited truly existed. The aura that gave him this fatherly feeling should have been left behind by the Qilin king. It is my honor to be the heir of King Kirin. Brother Xie, thank you for telling me this. What about the shadow? If you become my shadow, how will it affect you and me? Xie seemed to feel the emotional changes in Qi Yu. Becoming your shadow is equivalent to sealing myself in your body. My aura, bloodline, and ability will be subtly influenced by your pure Kirin bloodline. Therefore, I can't help you fight against the enemy, nor can I be your guardian. However, by becoming your shadow, I can also enter your inner world and understand what has happened to you in the past. Although I only have one chance to understand you, This is already enough for me. After understanding you, I can impart the knowledge recorded in my heart to you based on your personality and physical condition. I can assist you in your cultivation and give you pointers on cultivation abilities and techniques. Under special conditions, I can even stimulate your Qilin bloodline and help you use the true power of a Qilin. Kirin was weak when he was born to become strong after growing up. With the guidance of the shadow, it will inevitably play a role of twice the result with half the effort. It can be said that you and I are of one mind. For you and me, it will be of great benefit. My master, I have explained the ins and outs clearly. Do you still have any questions? Qi Yu shook his head. Thank you, Brother Xiaji. I think I will become a qualified Kirin. Now, I want to ask you to start teaching me the real method of cultivation. I want to make myself stronger as soon as possible. As Kirin, I don't want anyone to look at me like Jida. I want to become a real strong person. Good. Xia Ji roared excitedly in Qi Yu's heart. My words are not in vain. Then let's start now. Take off your shirt. Qi Yu took off his shirt, revealing his shoulders that were much wider than before. The real method of cultivation needs you to feel it yourself. When you have a mistake in your cultivation, I will give you advice. You concentrate. Next, I will help you stimulate the blood of Kirin so that you can feel the mystery of the method of cultivation. This is something that only you can see. As soon as the voice fell, a scorching stream of air rose from the dantian in Qi Yu's lower abdomen and rushed directly to Qi Yu's brain in a straight line. With the impact of the hot stream, the temperature of Qi Yu's body rose sharply. He vaguely heard a low roar. Then, Kirin appeared on his chest. The huge Kirin pattern from his chest to his back, from illusion to reality, clearly appeared on his skin. It had a black body, silver hair, and a horn with black and silver colors entangled. It was full of invisible dominance. The 4 magic clouds behind Kirin moved this time. The 4 magic clouds, which belonged to thunder, fire, water, and wind, respectively, appeared under Kirin's 4 limbs. Kirin stepped on the 4 clouds, and a layer of black and silver light gradually enveloped Qi Yu's body. The eyes of the Kirin pattern lit up. The black and silver light flashed and disappeared. At this moment, Qi Yu lost his perception of the outside world. He was surprised to find that he seemed to have entered another place. What appeared in front of him was a 3-dimensional and transparent Kirin's body. The huge Kirin's body rotated slowly. Although it was transparent, Qi Yu could see that the Kirin in front of him was exactly the same as the image on his body. Something strange happened. The ascending Qilin technique in Qi Yu's memory suddenly surged in his mind. Then, on the transparent Kirin's body, starting from the feet, for colors of purple, red, blue, and green appeared at the same time. The light did not rise as a whole, but turned into a state of silk threads, slowly climbing up along Kirin's limbs. The silk threads were not very complicated, but when the 4 colors of light gradually moved to Kirin's body, the 4 kinds of light threads intertwined with each other and gradually became chaotic. Qi Yu was confused as he watched. When the light of the 4 colors of silk threads covered Kirin's body, it returned to the starting point. Kirin's figure gradually dimmed. Kirin, who was originally on all 4s, stood up and turned into a human form. When he looked closely, Qi Yu found that it was actually himself. The 4 colors of silk threads appeared again, and the 8 extraordinary meridians of the human body gradually appeared. The 8 extraordinary meridians that appeared were exactly the same as what was recorded in the ascending Qilin technique. Just when Qi Yu was feeling strange, the human body gradually returned to the form of Kirin. The 4 colors of silk threads appeared again, but the 8 extraordinary meridians that appeared in the human body did not disappear. At this moment, Qi Yu suddenly had a glimmer of understanding because he remembered what Xiaji had said. The ascending Qilin technique was indeed the cultivation method of Kirin. The human body and Kirin that alternated in front of him should be the method of the ascending Qilin technique and Kirin's bloodline fusion. Only by mastering this method of fusion could he stimulate the bloodline of Kirin in his body and cultivate according to the method of the ascending Qilin technique. The ascending Qilin technique was actually not a separate cultivation method. It was a method that stimulated the energy in Kirin's bloodline and was driven by the energy of the bloodline to carry out the cultivation method. After figuring this out, Chi-Yu suddenly felt that his heart was suddenly clear. The seemingly chaotic meridians in front of him were no longer so untraceable. In the operation of the 4 colors of energy, it seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth. Chi-Yu's mind was attracted by this truth and could not extricate itself. Xie Zhi's voice sounded again. What you see now is something that only you can see, but I can feel from your heart that you have figured something out. As your shadow, my ability can only let you see this scene 3 times. Therefore, you must firmly remember these within 3 times, and then you can start to cultivate. Today is the first time. Next, I will start to change. The method of using Kirin's ability is as important as the method of cultivation. You have to watch carefully. The constantly changing human figure and Kirin form in front of Chi-Yu slowly disappeared. Then, 9 big words appeared in front of Chi-Yu out of thin air. It was the 9 secret words of Lin, Bing, Do, Jia, Jia, Zhan, Lai, Qian, and Xing. Then another human figure appeared, but this time the human figure was no longer static. The 9 big words were enlarged one by one, and when each word was enlarged, the human figure would have different changes. Even the meridians in the body were changing. Looking at everything in front of him, Chi-Yu did not dare to have the slightest slack. Although he did not fully understand, he tried to firmly remember these in his heart. Immersed in the constantly flashing lights and shadows, Chi-Yu did not know how long it took. When these lights and shadows finally disappeared, Xie Zhi's voice sounded again. Everything in front of him returned to normal. What Chi-Yu saw was still his empty space. As the king of Kirin, in addition to the abilities I have mentioned, you also have 2 abilities that other Kirin cannot match. One is your self-healing ability. The Kirin clan's healing ability is very strong, and Kirin is several times stronger than ordinary Kirin. In a sense, Kirin is almost impossible to kill. Of course, this is after you have the real ability of Kirin. Even now, your own healing ability is extremely strong after the real Kirin's blood is activated. The best part of this super healing ability is reflected in the application of Kirin's arm. I have already described the attack of Kirin's arm to you. Ordinary Kirin. The real Kirin's arm can only be used once in their life, because once they release all the energy of Kirin's horn, the horn will disappear and their life will come to an end. However, Kirin is an exception among all Kirin. With the super healing ability, although using the ultimate Kirin's arm will make Kirin extremely weak, it will not die. Within a certain period of time, Kirin's horn can be regenerated. Chi-Yu's whole body trembled, and he said in amazement, that is to say, no matter how strong the enemy Kirin faces, as long as I release the ultimate Kirin's arm, I can kill the enemy completely and my horn can also grow. Then, wouldn't I be invincible in the world? Why would I still need to practice? Xie Zhi said, of course not. This world is a balanced world. Although the Qilin was an expert among experts, it also had its own restraining effect. For people like you, who don't even have the basic abilities of Kirin, using the ultimate Kirin's arm can regenerate a horn, but it will take 500 years. You have to know that Kirin's lifespan is only about 1,500 years. The more powerful the Black Qilin was, the less time it would take for its horn to recover. In other words, compared to ordinary Kirin, after you use the ultimate Kirin's arm, the only difference is that you will not die. During the long period of time when you are weak, because all the self-healing ability is in Kirin's horn, your body will become very fragile, and you may be killed by creatures that are much weaker than you at any time. Therefore, whether it is Kirin or Kirin King, they will not easily use their Kirin's arm unless it is absolutely necessary. You must remember this. Although Chi-Yu was a little disappointed, he had to admit that this was a balance of nature. He nodded and said, "What is the other special ability of Ink Kirin?" Xie said, "The other special ability is very mysterious. I only know it exists, but I don't know where it is manifested. After the birth of every Qilin king, there will always be this special ability. As far as I know, it seems that every generation of Qilin king will have a different special ability in this aspect. Only when you gradually become stronger through cultivation will you be able to experience it for yourself." Chi-Yu took a deep breath and said, "So that's how it is. It seems that everything depends on my own efforts." Xie said, "You can't be too hasty in your practice. You have the blood of Kirin, which is equivalent to having the best qualifications that humans in the world can have. As long as you progress step by step, you will inevitably become the real king of those Zodiac guardian gods. I am going to sleep. In the future, unless you wake me up when you need me, I will not wake up. Do you need me to help you trigger the practice method in the blood next time you practice?" Chi-Yu shook his head and said, "There's no need for now. If I watch it 3 times in a row, I might have a deeper impression of it. However, no matter how deep my memory is, if I don't understand it, there will definitely be some loopholes. I want to cultivate for a period of time first, and when I encounter some confusion or questions during my cultivation, I will watch it a second time. This way, I will watch it with questions in mind. I believe that not only will my memory be deeper, I will also gain more from it." Xie praised, "You are now working hard in the direction of Kirin. Goodbye, my master." Chi-Yu was lost in thought. He did not change his focus because of Xie's departure. Now his mind was full of the previous dream-like memories. He searched these memories, sorted out the seemingly chaotic network, and thought about how he should practice. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking on the door woke Chi-Yu from his contemplation. He found that the sky outside was already bright. "Chi-Yu, you should go to class today." Ming Ming's voice came from outside the door. Chi-Yu jumped out of bed. His head suddenly felt a little dizzy, and he felt groggy. "Okay, I will come out now." He did not sleep last night, and most of the time was spent thinking and remembering. For a person who rarely thought, it was really a big burden. Putting on the clothes he had worn yesterday, Chi-Yu used all his strength to stretch his body before walking out of his room. The moment he stepped out, he smelled a fragrant aroma. Twitching his nose, he saw that a sumptuous breakfast had already been laid out on the table in the hall. Su Qing and Xinyun were already sitting there eating. Xinyun smiled and said, "Come and eat together." Chi-Yu quickly shook his head and said, "Forget it. I will go to the cafeteria to eat." As he said that, he quickly went to the bathroom to wash his face, took his books, and left the dormitory. Looking at the figure of Chi-Yu leaving, Su Qing snorted and said, "What a coward! This guy doesn't even dare to eat with us." Xinyun said he looks quite honest. "Was he scared by that treaty of yours yesterday?" Su Qing chuckled and said, "God knows he deserves it. Who asked him to come to our female dormitory to live?" "What treaty?" Ming Ming came out of the room and sat at the table and ate without any politeness. Su Qing told them about the treaty she wrote with Chi-Yu yesterday. The 3 girls looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. However, the meaning of their laughter was different. Ming Ming was laughing in her heart. Her 2 roommates actually treated Chi-Yu as an honest person. She was afraid that they would be in trouble in the future. After eating breakfast, Chi-Yu asked a few students in Qingbei University. Only then did he find the place where the philosophy class was held in this huge campus. The time that Ming Ming called him was very suitable. When he arrived at the class, he wasn't late, because he was tired from thinking last night. Today, Chi-Yu didn't scan the classroom to see if there were any beauties. He casually found a seat at the back and sat down. He casually placed the book on the table and fell asleep. This classroom was very big, but there weren't many students. The lecture hall that could accommodate 200 students only had 30 students. After all, the number of people who chose the philosophy department was still very small. The arrival of this unfamiliar student, Chiyu, didn't attract the attention of others. After all, his appearance couldn't be said to be handsome, and there wasn't anything that was enough to attract people. The other students who had already arrived at the classroom were still chatting in low voices. No one paid attention to this guy who fell asleep as soon as he entered the classroom. The bell rang. When a 50-something-year-old male teacher walked in from outside, the classroom immediately became much quieter. Unfortunately, this bell that wasn't soft still didn't wake up Chiyu, who had already fallen asleep. Sleeping after eating is absolutely a wonderful thing. The curriculum of a university wasn't as rigid as it was in middle school. It wasn't as strict either. The teacher taught attentively. As for whether the students learned or not, the teacher generally didn't care much. After all, if you didn't study hard, it would be impossible to obtain enough credits to graduate. In a famous university like Qingbei, the quality of the students was generally very high. The teachers were also a bit more strict than other universities. The class began. The first 20 minutes were no different from usual. In the class, the teacher with the surname Li used his usual serious voice to teach the classical philosophy class. Just after 20 minutes had passed, an incongruous voice suddenly appeared in the class. Humph, puff, humph, puff. A clear snoring sound came from the back of the classroom. All the students were stunned for a moment. Immediately after, a burst of laughter came from the classroom. After all, Chiyu's snoring was really too standard. The cadence, the high and low notes were extremely wonderful. Especially that last blow, it was absolutely top-notch. Teacher Li's serious face immediately changed color. He hadn't encountered such a thing in many years. Being laughed at by the students was something that no teacher could tolerate. Almost without any hesitation, he threw the eraser in his hand. Worthy of being surnamed Li. This teacher, Li had gloriously inherited the traditional skills of little Li Flying Dagger. Right now, he wasn't alone. At this moment, little Li Flying Dagger's soul was attached to his body. With the accuracy displayed, the eraser drew a beautiful parabola with a whistling sound and went straight for the owner of the snoring. Bang! Without deviation, without a bit more or less, the eraser immediately smashed onto Chiyu's head. F*CK. Fuck. Who the F*CK is courting death. Almost subconsciously, Chiyu stood up fiercely with a face full of anger. No matter who it was, being woken up while sleeping soundly would definitely not be happy. What's more, Chiyu had always hated people disturbing his sleep. His ruffian nature was instantly displayed. When he stood up, he gradually became clear-headed, somewhat at a loss. He looked at the lifeless gazes of the other students and the angry teacher, Li, who was trembling. Only then did he remember that he was in class. You. The teacher was already so angry that he couldn't speak. Chiyu scratched his head that was smashed and said awkwardly, "This, teacher, I'm not scolding you. Just treat it as my fart." Teacher, Li looked at Chiyu's expression of a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water, and his entire body couldn't help but tremble. As a famous professor of Qingbei University's philosophy department, this was the first time he was scolded like this in class. "Get out of here and stand outside as punishment. After I finish class, I'll take you to the academic affairs office to deal with your problem." Chiyu shrugged his shoulders, picked up his book, and walked out without any reluctance to leave. He was too lazy to defend himself. Moreover, sleeping in class and scolding the teacher was indeed his fault. He more or less knew how to respect his teacher. When Chiyu just walked out of the classroom, he faintly heard that teacher Li say, "Scum, this kind of scum can actually enter Qingbei. This kind of scum who casually scolds people should." The little bit of guilt in his heart immediately disappeared after hearing these words. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He heavily closed the classroom door and leaned against the wall of the corridor. Scum, scum, humph, I'm the scum of society. This teacher's quality doesn't seem to be much higher than mine. Thinking to hear, Chiyu curled his lips. With the sleepiness from before, he leaned against the wall of the corridor and continued to have his big dream. Chiyu's ability to sleep was indeed not bad. Although he still couldn't reach the stage where he could sleep while walking, he had already mastered the secret art of sleeping while standing when he was in middle school. Not knowing how much time had passed, he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder, causing him to wake up from his sleep. Just as he was about to open his mouth to scold, he immediately thought that it might be that teacher. The words that were at the tip of his mouth were immediately swallowed back, and he opened his eyes. Different from what he imagined, in front of him was not the teacher who smashed him with an eraser, but a beautiful and familiar face. The person who appeared in front of Chiyu was the beauty he met when he first entered Qingbei's school. At that time, he had intentionally knocked away her book. He didn't expect to meet her again here. The young girl's gaze fell on Chiyu's shoulder. Covering her mouth, she lightly laughed. You can really sleep. Why are you standing here? Chiyu followed the young girl's gaze and looked at his shoulder. He immediately felt a little awkward because there were obvious traces of saliva there. Clearly, it was left behind when he tilted his head to sleep. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, I was chased out by the teacher. What else can I do other than sleep? Senior sister, don't tell me you're also in the philosophy department. Why aren't you attending class? The young girl lightly smiled. The elegant aura that her body emitted caused Chiyu's eyes to stare blankly. I'm not in the philosophy department. Other than the philosophy department, this school building also has a foreign language department. Don't you know that? I really don't know. I just entered the school yesterday. Qingbei is so big. I'm afraid that it will still take some time to figure it out. The young girl said, Then why are you standing outside as punishment? Today should be Teacher Li's class. Chiyu snorted and said, Actually, it's nothing much. I'm just sleeping in class. He even said that he would bring me to the dean's office to deal with it. The young girl burst into laughter and said, Qingbei is one of the best schools in our Yanhuang Republic. You must pay attention in class. Sleeping isn't something you should be doing at this time. Not knowing why, when he heard the young girl's words, Chiyu suddenly felt a sense of closeness in his heart. He subconsciously nodded his head. The young girl in front of him today was still dressed in fresh clothes. Her long hair was combed into a ponytail. She wore a loose top and blue jeans. She looked especially comfortable. There wasn't a single trace of makeup on her face. Her entire body was filled with the aura of youth. What attracted Chiyu the most was the pair of smooth and slender legs that were wrapped in her jeans. Although they weren't as exaggerated as Modi's, they were very harmonious with exquisite curves. It was a pity that her loose top was rather loose and covered her buttocks. Rubbing his nose awkwardly, he said, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that I didn't rest well last night. I unconsciously fell asleep before class. This is the second time we've met. Senior sister, can you tell me your name now? The young girl made a pondering expression and said with a smile, All right, I'm called Wenwei. What about you? I'm called Chiyu. I'm a new student in the philosophy department. Didn't I just come to report yesterday? I still have to thank senior sister for telling me the location of the dean's office. Qingbei is really too big. Chiyu was secretly delighted. This young girl, called Wenwei in front of him, was the gentle and cheerful type that he liked the most. Furthermore, she was also a super beauty. Relatively speaking, she was much easier to approach. In terms of appearance, among all the girls that he had seen in Qingbei University, only Mingming could compare to her. Thinking till here, although Chiyu wasn't willing to admit it, Hai Ryue's appearance still appeared in his mind. If it wasn't for her bad character, Hai Ryue's appearance and figure would probably be a little better than Mingming and the Wenwei in front of him. Wen Wei's elegance and gentleness made Chi Yu's heart beat a little faster, looking at her unconsciously revealing an intoxicated expression. He didn't notice that behind Wen Wei's gentle gaze, there was a trace of faint coldness. I'll leave first. Class is about to end. You have to take the initiative to admit your mistake to the teacher. Don't do it again in the future. Just at this time, a person walked towards their direction from the corridor. Accurately speaking, it should be walking towards the classroom that Chi Yu was in. Boss, why are you here? The person who came was none other than Yan Xiaoyi. Chi Yu stared blankly for a moment and said, I'm a student in the philosophy department. If I'm not here, where would I be? Don't tell me that you're also in the philosophy department. Yan Xiaoyi helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, Aren't I in the philosophy department? Although he was talking to Chi Yu, his gaze fell on Wen Wei. His eyes immediately lit up. Hello, Teacher Wen. Are you going to class? Teacher Wen? Chi Yu stared blankly. His gaze fell on Wen Wei. Chapter 19. Wen Wei smiled faintly and said, Hello, you seem to be late. Yan Xiaoyi scratched his head and said, I couldn't sleep well last night, so I woke up a bit late. The horn on his head was finally solved, and the identity of the Zodiac guardian warrior made him think for half the night. So how could he sleep well? You're really a teacher? Chi Yu asked in surprise. Wen Wei nodded. Then why didn't you explain when I called you senior sister? Chi Yu suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. He didn't know why, but the first time he met Wen Wei, and the second time today, made his heart palpitate. Wen Wei smiled and said, You didn't call me wrong. Why should I explain? I'm a graduate of Qingbei University and also a master's student there. You calling me senior sister is naturally correct. The loud bell signaling the end of class rang, and the originally quiet corridor suddenly became lively. The classroom door opened, and the old teacher walked out with a gloomy face. When he saw Yan Xiaoyi at the door, his face immediately darkened. Student Xiaoyi, you're late. I hope this is the last time. If you do it again, I'll give you a warning. Yan Xiaoyi hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Teacher Li, I know I was wrong. I'll pay attention next time. Actually, I like your class the most. Among all the professors in the philosophy department, I'm most interested in your class. Teacher Li's face immediately became better after being praised by him. Hello, Teacher Li. Wen Wei flashed out from Yan Xiaoyi's side and nodded to Teacher Li. Seeing her, Teacher Li's face immediately melted like an iceberg and was filled with a smile. So it's Teacher Wen. As he said that, his eyes subconsciously swept over Wen Wei's chest. Beast. Chi Yu and Yan Xiaoyi cursed in their hearts at the same time. Wen Wei smiled and said, I'm about to go to class and just happened to pass by. I heard from Chi Yu that you punished him for sleeping in class. He just came to school and doesn't know the rules. Don't be angry with him. Just tell him to be careful next time. As she spoke, she gave Chi Yu a look. Chi Yu was not an idiot. Although he was unwilling, he still said, I'm sorry, teacher. I won't sleep next time. Teacher Li snorted and didn't even bother to look at Chi Yu. He said, forget it. For Teacher Wen's sake, I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, I'll let the Academic Affairs Office punish you. All right, you two can go in first. Chi Yu glanced at Wen Wei, and Wen Wei nodded at him. Only then did he and Yan Xiaoyi enter the classroom. Vaguely, he heard Miss Li say to Wen Wei in a very gentle tone, Miss Wen, I'll treat you to dinner when you're free. There's a new Western restaurant in front of the school. It's pretty good. Chi Yu and Yan Xiaoyi looked at each other and saw the disdain in each other's eyes. The two of them unconsciously laughed. They walked to the back of the classroom and found a seat next to each other. Now that most of the students were out, there weren't many people in the classroom. Chi Yu said unhappily, Isn't this considered enemies on a narrow road? Yan Xiaoyi said with a smile, If it was before yesterday, it would definitely be, but not now. Boss, why did you choose the philosophy department? Didn't anyone tell you that the philosophy department has the worst future? Chi Yu asked in return, What about you? Why did you choose the philosophy department? Yan Xiaoyi laughed and said in a low voice, Of course it's to get a diploma. Generally speaking, the philosophy department has the least courses. My father brought me here, so of course I have to choose an easy subject. This way, I can free up a lot of time to promote the growth of the school's beauties. It's not bad to become a teacher after graduation. The students in the school are changing. If I become a teacher, I will have a lot of opportunities to pick up girls in the future. Qiyu laughed and said, Then aren't you the legendary animal teacher? Yan Xiaoyi jumped in fright and hurriedly looked around. Boss, can you lower your voice? I have a very good reputation in the school. Qiyu said, It seems that not only are we not enemies on a narrow road, but great minds think alike. Your thoughts are exactly the same as mine. Sigh, I thought I was the only smart person. Oh, right, you came to the school earlier than me. Is that Wenwei really a teacher? Until now, he still didn't want to believe it was true. Yan Xiaoyi looked at Qiyu with some surprise. Boss, Earth is very dangerous. You should go back to Mars. CKU, cut the crap and tell me. Qiyu patted Yan Xiaoyi's shoulder hard. Yan Xiaoyi cried out in pain and said, Can you be gentler? Are you addicted to hitting me? I'll tell you, okay? The question you just asked is too weird. Wenwei is the most popular woman in the school. You don't even know her background. Shouldn't you go back to Mars? She is one of the two beauties of Tsinghua University. The other one is your Ming Ming. Qiyu was very satisfied with the words Ming Ming. He quickly pinched Yan Xiaoyi's shoulder twice and said, Didn't I just arrive at the school? Hurry up and tell me. Yan Xiaoyi said, Wenwei is one of the youngest female teachers in our school. She was admitted to Tsinghua University as the top scholar in the city. She studied in the Foreign Languages department. After graduation, she was directly sent to our school's postgraduate program. After the postgraduate program, with her knowledge, there were a lot of multinational companies that wanted to hire her. But for some reason, she rejected all the offers and chose to stay in Tsinghua University as an ordinary foreign language teacher. Therefore, she has always occupied the position of Tsinghua University's #1 beauty. This year, after Ming Ming entered the school, she became a threat. Teacher Wen's identity is a mystery. No one has ever seen her family, and she has no friends. Don't look at how gentle she looks on the surface. In fact, she is famous for being warm on the outside but cold on the inside. She can invisibly push people 1,000 miles away. Don't know how many male compatriots who chased after her were tactfully rejected, but no one said anything bad about her. In Tsinghua University, no matter in the eyes of students or teachers, she is a heaven's proud daughter. Boss, how do you know her? Qiyu took a deep breath. After listening to Yan Xiaoyi's introduction, he couldn't help but be more curious about Wenwei. She doesn't have friends? How could that be? Looking at her gentle appearance, she should have a lot of friends. Yan Xiaoyi smiled bitterly and said, I don't know about this. I once specially looked for people to inquire about her, but there wasn't any valuable information. I didn't even find out what she likes. She treats everyone very well, as if everyone is her friend. But there isn't a single person who dares to say that they understand her. It's really strange. Ming Ming is a student in her class. After you go back, you can ask Ming Ming. I heard that Ming Ming's relationship with her is not bad. Maybe you can ask something. Qiyu looked at Yan Xiaoyi vigilantly and said, You can't be interested in Wenwei, right? Yan Xiaoyi smiled and said, Such a beauty, I'm afraid any man will be interested in her. However, boss, you can rest assured. Although I have always thought that I am very handsome, I don't have any confidence in this kind of unfathomable beauty. If you have the ability, you can do it yourself. It can also be considered as fighting for us men. However, I estimate that the hope is very small. A light flashed in Qiyu's eyes. Small hope doesn't mean no hope. Maybe there are too many handsome guys chasing after her. What if I, who has temperament, can move her heart? Temperament Yan Xiaoyi almost choked on his own saliva. He coughed twice and said, Yes, yes, you have temperament. Then you better pray for the best. Sleep, sleep. After saying that, he directly lied down on the table. Chi Yu was stunned for a moment and said, You are actually going to sleep in class? The next class is probably going to start soon. Yan Xiaoyi smiled and said, You are unlucky. I think in the whole school, only that guy oldly hates students sleeping. The other teachers rarely care about this. As long as you don't disturb the order of the class. Those professors are too lazy to control you. That wretched guy, Oldly, will only be gentle with beautiful girls. He is unspeakably strict with us students. All right, I am going to sleep. Chi Yu cursed in his heart. I am going to sleep too. There were indeed few classes in the philosophy department. For example, today there was only a class in the morning. During the morning class, Chi Yu only heard a few words from Teacher Li. The rest of the time was spent sleeping. After lunch, Chi Yu directly went back to the dormitory. Last night, he just learned the real Kirin's cultivation method. He was still excited and wanted to quickly practice it to see the effect. Walking to the door of the dormitory, Chi Yu suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. He thought that if he could see Su Qing and Xinyan, the two beauties, as a lesbian again, it would be wonderful. While thinking, he gently opened the door with the key, trying not to make a sound. However, this time, Chi Yu was disappointed. There was not even a shadow in the dormitory. The three beauties were not there. Just as he was about to return to his room, he suddenly saw a white thing fluttering in the wind on the balcony outside the living room. Under the influence of curiosity, he subconsciously walked over. When Chi Yu saw what was on the balcony, his first action was to cover his nose. In fact, if it was another person, as long as it was a man, his action would be similar. After all, when a normal man, and a virgin at that, saw several pieces of lingerie exclusive to women, he would probably feel his blood boil. Once it came out of his nose, he would probably die from excessive blood loss. On the balcony, there were a few white panties fluttering in the wind. There were also two bras. No matter who it would inevitably cause Chi Yu's blood to boil. Especially those panties were actually thongs. It looked too tempting. Just as Chi Yu was hesitating whether to take a closer look or not, the sound of the door opening suddenly sounded. Thieves usually had a guilty conscience. Although Chi Yu wasn't really a thief, he was still shocked and hurriedly ran back to his room. Just as Chi Yu walked to the door of his room, the three beauties had already arrived in the living room. Su Qing saw Chi Yu at a glance. Hey, you're back quite early. Chi Yu struggled to keep calm. Yes, I came back after eating. You didn't eat in the dormitory. Ming Ming said there was a new Western restaurant at the school gate. We went to try it. We wanted to call you, but your philosophy department is too far away from our foreign languages department and Sister Yen's physics and thermodynamics department, so we didn't wait for you and went by ourselves. That restaurant is really good. Su Qing said it's really good. Shouldn't some new residents express their gratitude and invite us three beauties to find an opportunity to eat there again? Western food. Chi Yu was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, that stupid thing is not enough to eat, and it's frighteningly expensive. If I really go there, I'm afraid my 1 month's relief money will be gone. He hurriedly pretended not to understand the meaning of Su Qing's words and said, What's so good about Western food? It's not as good as our Yanhuang's 5,000 years of food culture. I still prefer Yanhuang cuisine. Su Qing pursed her lips, and Xinyan said, Did you hear the announcement when we passed by the school cafeteria on our way back? The school temporarily announced a new rule about the cafeteria, saying that staple food will no longer be provided for free in the future. It seems to be calculated by Caddy. Su Qing said with a smile, Of course I heard it. I also know why there is such a rule. I heard that last night a rice bucket went to the school cafeteria and ate more than 10 bowls of rice in one go. Moreover, it was a big lunchbox that weighed half a caddy. As a result, the school cafeteria was afraid of eating that much. The main reason was that many people saw him eat and felt that it was too delicious, so they ate a lot more. As a result, the number of staple food in the cafeteria greatly increased. That rice bucket is really strong. Think about it. It's really hard to imagine that a person can eat 5 or 6 caddies of staple food. Ming Ming giggled and said, "Could it be that he was the reincarnation of a hungry ghost?" Ching! Isn't your gossip a little inaccurate? How can anyone eat so much? Su Ching pouted and said, "How could that be? My source is very reliable. It's definitely true. I heard that he went again at noon today, and there were many people who also went to the cafeteria to eat with the intention of seeing a rice bucket. In the end, the staple food consumption at noon today was even more terrifying than last night. So the school issued a temporary rule." "Why? It's really the heavens that want me dead." Chi Yu cried out in sorrow. F***CK. No wonder there were more people in the cafeteria at noon today. Ming Ming looked at Chi Yu curiously. She seemed to suddenly think of something, and her eyes widened as she said, That rice bucket can't be you, right?" Chi Yu said in grief and indignation, "What rice bucket? Qing Bei is too unkind. Do I eat a lot? I only ate a total of 14 steamed buns at noon today, and the rules have actually changed. It's over. I won't even have enough to eat in the future." 3 beautiful women. 6 pairs of bright, big eyes blankly fell on Chi Yu's flat stomach. They naturally knew how big the steamed buns at school were. They were big steamed buns that weighed half a caddy each. 14 of them was 7 caddies. A person eating 7 caddies of steamed buns. Was he still human? Chi Yu had a bitter face. "Don't look at me. I don't know why, but recently my appetite has increased, and I eat a lot more than before. Could it be that eating a lot is also a sin?" Su Qing's gaze turned to Ming Ming. "A rice bucket who can eat 7 caddies in one meal. You say he has congenital heart disease." Ming Ming said with some embarrassment, "Eating and heart disease don't affect each other. Besides, I didn't know he could eat so much. Perhaps eating a lot is a kind of disease." As she said, she hurriedly winked at Chi Yu, telling him to quickly return to his room. Chi Yu was now completely immersed in the flying steamed buns and rice, and didn't notice Ming Ming's winking. He said with a bitter smile, It's over. My relief fund is definitely not enough to eat this time." "Relief fund? What relief fund?" Shen Yun asked curiously. Chi Yu was stunned, and hurriedly said, "Nothing. I'm going back to my room." He walked back to his room and closed the door. He really had to think of a way to solve the problem of eating, but he didn't want Shen Yun and Su Qing to know that he was living on the state's relief fund. Looking at the closed door, Shen Yun and Su Qing's curious gaze fell on Ming Ming. Ming Ming's heart moved, and suddenly thought of a way to deal with it. She hurriedly said, "Cousin indeed relies on the relief fund to live. When he was very young, both his parents died, and he relied on the state's relief fund to survive. Originally, we all wanted to help him, but he has a stubborn temper. Apart from the state's subsidy, he didn't receive any help from his relatives. So naturally, he doesn't have much money. Eating in the school cafeteria, naturally he can only eat staple food. There's no oil in his stomach, so it's normal to eat more staple food." Su Qing was stunned for a moment. No wonder he refused to eat in the dormitory. "I thought Sister Yun's food didn't attract him, so it was like this. He's so pitiful. How could I say that to him yesterday?" Shin Yun said, "Qing, what did you say to him yesterday?" Su Qing smiled bitterly. "I asked him to share the rent, and then I asked him to pay 500 yuan a month for food expenses. Later, he agreed to pay the rent, but he refused to eat with us. So it's so difficult for him. I thought he was Ming Ming's cousin, so his family should be rich. Moreover, his clothes are also branded." Ming Ming's face sank. "His clothes were just given to him by one of my sisters. If you saw what he used to wear, you wouldn't say that." Hearing Ming Ming's words, Su Qing suddenly thought of a poor child studying hard to get into a top university. She lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, Ming Ming. I didn't know." Ming Ming frowned. "Qing, do you know how much Qi Yu's monthly relief fund is? I heard from him that it should be around 600 yuan. After sharing the rent, I'm afraid he won't have much money left. Not to mention that he also smokes. In the past, he told me that sometimes there's no free food. Of course, we're roommates, so it's normal for you to ask him for food expenses. But how much can we eat in a month? It's more than enough for the three of us, and we don't even need to use it. If you ask him for 500 yuan, he naturally won't agree because he can't afford it." Speaking up to this point, Ming Ming became a little emotional. Let him eat in the dormitory in the future. I'll pay for his food expenses. Ming Ming, don't be angry. Qing, I was just joking. You didn't say that we didn't know that Qi Yu was in such a difficult situation. Shan Yun saw that the atmosphere wasn't right and immediately tried to smooth things over. While the three women were outside, Qi Yu's face was full of smiles. Naturally, he wasn't smiling because Ming Ming said that she would pay for his food expenses, but because the three women misunderstood him. It seemed that Shan Yun and Su Qing had already treated him as a pitiful person. It was the right move to play the pity card, and it would be easier for him to get close to them in the future. While fantasizing about what might happen with the two women, Qiyu couldn't help but feel a little complacent as he puffed out a cloud of smoke. After smoking a cigarette, the noise outside had already disappeared. Only then did Qiyu remember that it was time for him to train. He pulled the curtains in the room and sat cross-legged on the bed. After sleeping in class for the whole morning, he was now much more energetic. Based on everything in his memory, he fumbled around and started Kirin's real training for the first time. Energy fluctuations gradually emerged from Qi Yu's body. Among the Kirin skills that he barely remembered yesterday, he chose an intermediate skill as the first one to train. Every skill that Kirin had was inseparable from Thundercloud Force. Thundercloud Force was the foundation, and the skills were the way to use it. Therefore, no matter what, he had to start from the ascending Qilin method. However, because he had the method to fuse Kirin's bloodline and Thundercloud Force, his training method was somewhat different from the previous inheritors of Kirin. When he really began to train, Qiyu was surprised to find that training was not as boring as he had imagined. During the process of training, he felt the constant changes in his body's bloodline and aura due to training, and the comfort brought by his body was actually very wonderful. Moreover, during the process of training, he could clearly feel that the Kirin aura in his body was extremely powerful. However, this aura was immersed in his own Kirin's bloodline. If he wanted to draw out this aura and fully use it, he needed to constantly train and integrate this Kirin aura with his own bloodline little by little. Only in this way could he truly master the profound meaning of Kirin. Another thing that made Qiyu excited was that during the process of training Ascending Qilin method, his perception of the outside world would completely disappear. His consciousness would be immersed in a special space. His body was practicing Ascending Qilin method, and his consciousness was pondering the training method and the characteristics of those Kirin skills. He asked Xiaji why such a situation occurred, and Xiaji's answer was very simple. This was not because he had the ability to multitask, but because when the body entered the correct state of training, the mind would be liberated, and the body would be in a semi-dormant state. However, the spirit did not need to be. The awake spirit entered his own inner sea of consciousness because of the body's dormancy. In this case, thinking would not be disturbed by the outside world, and it was often more efficient than usual. Xie Ji was also very surprised. It was deeply shocked by the talent of Kirin. Before Qiyu officially began to train, it did not expect that Qiyu could find the real training method so quickly. Although it was a little rough, and although it was just the beginning as a Kirin, a good start was definitely the key to success. When Qiyu woke up from the state of training, the sky outside had already darkened. He did not wake up from his own training, but because the knocking on the door had aroused his remaining consciousness in his body, so he stopped after completing a cloud cycle of training. "Who is it?" Chi-Yu asked. After an afternoon of training, he did not feel much except that his body was comfortable. Xie Zhi's explanation was very simple. That day, he used some of the abilities of Kirin's arms, and it consumed too much of his energy. Even if he found the right training method, he had to first replenish the overdrawn thundercloud force before he could feel his 4 attributes of thundercloud force again. "It's me." Surprisingly, the person who came was not Ming Ming as Chi-Yu had imagined, but Su Qing's voice. Chi-Yu got out of bed. He did not take off his clothes when he was training. When he opened the door, he saw Su Qing standing awkwardly outside the door. Su Qing had changed her clothes. Her home clothes looked very loose, and the pink clothes brought her a bit of charm, making her original hot personality a lot more restrained. "What's the matter?" Su Qing glanced at Chi-Yu. She found that Chi-Yu's expression had not changed since noon. She could not help but secretly feel relieved. "Come and eat. Sister Yun is ready." Chi-Yu laughed in his heart, but on the surface he said calmly, "No need. I will go to the cafeteria to eat." Su Qing smiled a little proudly and said, "I knew you would say that, but don't you see what time it is now? The cafeteria has long been closed. When I came back from class in the afternoon, I saw that your room's curtains were still closed. I knew you were sleeping, so I deliberately didn't wake you up. Let's see how you can refuse now. Come on, I don't want your food expenses." As she said, she unceremoniously pulled Chi-Yu's sleeves and pulled him to the living room. As soon as he came out of the room, Chi-Yu smelled a fragrance. He could not help but subconsciously swallow a mouthful of saliva. There were at least 7 or 8 dishes on the table in the living room. It was absolutely beautiful and fragrant. As for the taste, it could only be known after tasting it. There was also a big bamboo basket with more than 10 big steam buns. It seemed that they were bought from the school cafeteria. Ming Ming and Xin Yun were already sitting there. Seeing Chi-Yu come out, Ming Ming hurriedly said, "Come and eat. In the future, you can eat in the dormitory. Don't go to the cafeteria. How can the cafeteria's big pot of rice compare to Sister Yun's cooking? As for your food expenses, of course, you still have to pay, but I can lend it to you first. When you start working in the future, you can return it to me." Looking at the eyes of the 3 women, Chi-Yu suddenly felt his heart warm up. He sighed inwardly. So the feeling of being cared for was so wonderful. The 3 women were wearing home clothes. But strangely, Chi-Yu did not have the slightest vulgar thought in his heart. He felt that this was not a dormitory, but a home, a warm home. Without saying anything, Chi-Yu sat down. "Thank you. I will definitely find a way to earn some money to pay for the food expenses as soon as possible." As a man, although the 3 women had good intentions, how could he do something like live off a woman? He had hands and feet. How could he really starve to death? Just as Chi-Yu was about to start eating, there was a sudden knock on the dormitory door. Su Qing exclaimed and said, "Who could it be? Usually no one comes here." She had not yet sat down, so she went to open the door. Ah! With a mournful scream, Chi-Yu was so frightened that the steamed bun that he had just grabbed fell into the plate. The fastest to react was Ming Ming. She rushed to the door with Chi-Yu following closely behind. Su Qing was so frightened that she almost fell to the ground. The person at the door was also shocked by her scream. A teasing voice sounded, "Am I that handsome? You don't have to be so surprised. Are you master's wife?" When Chi-Yu saw the person at the door, he immediately frowned. The person who came was none other than Ming Ming's big brother, Jida. No wonder Su Qing had such a big reaction. It was already dark outside, and Jida was taller than the dormitory door. Suddenly seeing a guy with only half a head and an unusually strong body, anyone would be shocked. Today, Jida was wearing ordinary casual clothes, but even so, the invisible aura he emitted was still very shocking. Jida lowered his head and walked in. Su Qing was patting her chest and gasping for breath. Who are you? Don't you know this is the female dormitory? Jida was stunned. He looked at Chiyu next to him and said in surprise, Master, isn't this Master's wife? Chiyu found it funny and said, Mother your head, what are you doing here? Su Qing looked at Chiyu with an unfriendly expression. Give me an explanation. I remember telling you yesterday that you are not allowed to bring outsiders here. Chiyu shrugged and said, It has nothing to do with me. He is Ming Ming's big brother. Su Qing and Xinyan, who was walking over, revealed a shocked expression. Su Qing murmured, No way. How could Ming Ming have a brother who looks like a gorilla? Hearing her words, Chiyu could not help but burst into laughter. Jida, who had been feeling good about himself, immediately put on a bitter expression. That can't be, Beauty. I'm so handsome, tall and mighty. You actually said that I look like a gorilla? Ming Ming giggled and said, Let me introduce you. Brother, this is Su Qing, and this is Sister Xinyan. They are my roommates, not your master's wife. This is my brother, Jida. Jida sniffed and said, How fragrant. You guys haven't started eating yet. It just so happens that I haven't eaten either. Chi-Yu was speechless. He thought to himself, could it be that the thickness of one's skin is proportional to the strength of one's body? At this time, Shenyan had already recovered from her shock. She smiled and said, Since you are Ming Ming's brother, please come in. They returned to the hall. Ji didn't seem to know the meaning of politeness. He sat down on Chiyu's seat and looked at the table full of delicious food. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Brother, why are you here? Ming Ming asked curiously. Jida said, I came to see my master and also to see you. Su Qing finally understood what Jida meant by calling her master's wife. Her face turned red and she said, He is your master? What did he teach you? Jida was stunned for a moment and quickly said, Of course it's martial arts. My master is very powerful. Chapter 20. Chi-Yu smiled bitterly. Jida's mind was definitely not as rough as his appearance. He glanced at his sister and hurriedly said, There's no conflict. Although I'm master's cousin, I'm also his disciple. Who asked my master to be so powerful? Chi-Yu was a bit depressed. This is the school. Why did you come here? I don't need you to look at me. Moreover, I didn't agree to be your master. Jida smiled bitterly. Master, please accept me. It's been a long time since I've met someone like you who can make me so sincerely convinced. Chi-Yu snorted. What's in it for me to accept you as my disciple? I can consider it if you pay some apprenticeship fees. Jida was stunned. Apprenticeship fees? Master, how can an expert like you be tainted with the stench of money? I know. You must be joking with me. Who's joking with you? Don't experts need to eat? I, your master, can't eat my fill. Jida looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table and laughed. Master, so you've already accepted me. Only then did Chi-Yu realize the mistake in his words. Picking up the bun from before, he forcefully took a bite and said, It's not a big deal to accept you. My requirements aren't high either. I'll accept you as my apprentice fee of 3,000 a month. But don't expect me to teach you anything. Jida was stunned. Seeing that Chi-Yu didn't seem to be joking, he said, I really have to pay 3,000 yuan a month. Well, with master's ability, it's worth it. I'll pay, okay? No matter what, my monthly allowance is tens of thousands. Chi-Yu was surprised. Soldiers nowadays have such a high salary? I'll join the army. Jida said happily, Good. I'm afraid any army would fight for a talent like master. Actually, the allowance isn't high. It's just that the army I'm in is a bit special, so it's a bit higher. Chi-Yu stretched out his right hand, pinched his thumb, index finger and middle finger together, and said, Then give it to me. I'll pay for a month first. Ming Ming frowned and said, Chi-Yu, why did you plot against my brother? Chi-Yu said proudly, How can this be called scheming? He insisted on taking me as his master. So why can't I take him as my disciple and ask for some salary? One of us is willing to take the hit and the other is willing to take the hit. Jida said, Yes, I'll give to you. However, master, I don't have it with me. I'll give it to you next time. Look, the dishes are getting cold. Let's eat first. Shin Yin looked at them meaningfully and said, That's right. Let's eat first. Chi Yu finally showed everyone his super strength. Of course, it was on the dining table. Jida had always thought that he could eat a lot, but when he ate the second bun, he saw that Chi Yu had already picked up the fifth bun. Chi Yu didn't look like he was eating, but like he was fighting a war. His two hands and his mouth. Ever since Shen Yin said that it was time to eat, he had never been idle. He didn't even have the time to talk, as if he was afraid that someone else would eat him. When all the food on the table was swept clean, Jida showed an expression of understanding and said, Master, I finally know why you're asking me for my salary. With your appetite, an ordinary family wouldn't be able to feed you. Chi Yu laughed and said, I'm not full yet. It's all because of you, you rice bucket. You stole a lot of my food. The three girls at the side were all speechless. Not full yet? It must be known that this master and disciple pair had cleaned at least 80% of the food on the table, and Chi Yu had eaten 50 to 60%. That was definitely the amount of food that 3 people could eat. Shin Yun and Su Qing began to clean up the dishes. Originally, Chi wanted to help, but he was stopped by Shin Yin. She only said one sentence, but it made Chi Yu's heart filled with emotion. Shin Yin said, How could a man do this kind of work? It was a simple sentence, but it fully displayed the gentleness of a good wife and loving mother. In Chi Yu's eyes, she immediately rose another level. Ming Ming pulled Jida and called out to Chi Yu to return to her room. Jida's sudden arrival filled her heart with doubt, but she couldn't ask too much in front of Shin Yun and Su Qing. After all, whether it was Chi Yu or Jida, their identities needed to be kept secret. Closing the door behind her, Ming Ming leaned on the door and said to Jida, Brother, why are you here? Aren't you going to report to the Special Forces? Don't tell me that you're really here to see us. Jida said in a low voice, I've already reported. I'm really here to see you, but there's something else I need to tell you. Chi Yu sat on the chair beside Ming Ming's bed. What is it? Jida said, After I reported to the Special Forces, I thought about it carefully. Originally, I thought that my strength was enough, but after seeing Master's ability, I felt that I was still far from being an elite in the Special Forces. So I went back to discuss it with the old man. Originally, I didn't want to enter the Special Forces, but the old man didn't agree to it. However, Grandpa didn't agree. He still let me enter the Special Forces first. However, he also gave me a mission. It's also my only task in the Special Forces at present. You Guardians of the East are powerful and mysterious for our military. The task that the old man gave me is to be responsible for contacting you. Master, you're the king of the Zodiac Guardians, so I'll directly look for you in the future. A trace of understanding appeared in Ming Ming's eyes. So that's how it is. But I've already told Dad that our Zodiac Guardians haven't been formed yet. Not only are we lacking in numbers, but our strength is also not enough to help the country. Jida said snappily, Not enough? Master, you can easily destroy me with a punch. If this kind of ability is not enough, how strong do you need? It's not like you don't know that your brother has a sapphire medal in the army. Chi Yu's eyes lit up and said, Sapphire medal? Is it worth a lot of money? He was already considering whether or not he should get something good from his new disciple. Jida said proudly, The sapphire medal represents the highest honor of the Special Forces and is the representative of combat effectiveness. In the Army, the highest level is the diamond medal, followed by the ruby medal and then the sapphire medal. With my strength, if it weren't for my young age and insufficient contributions, it would be enough to wear a ruby medal. Master, these 3 kinds of medals are the highest pride of us soldiers. Chi rolled his eyes and said, "That's good. Give me one another day. I want a diamond one." Jida was stunned and said, "Diamond? Master, a diamond medal is not an ordinary thing. It seems that there are only 3 people in the country who can have a diamond medal. All 3 of them had extremely mysterious identities. Not only had they made great contributions to the country, but they were also extreme grade powerhouses. It can be said that they are the national treasures of our Yanhuang Republic. However, with your strength, if you can contribute more to the country, you may really be able to get a diamond medal. At that time, your apprentice will also benefit from your glory." Chi Yu said with a smile, "Well, did you come here to tell us this? Now that you're done, you can go. Don't come here if you have nothing to do. As for us contributing to the country, we'll talk about it later." It wasn't that he didn't want to contribute to the country. On the contrary, Chi Yu had received the country's aid since he was young, so he had deep feelings for his country. However, he was very clear about his current strength. Not to mention Jida, he was still far from Mingming. Without strength, how could he contribute to the country? Jida said with some grievance, "Master, it's not easy for me to come here. Can you teach me some secret arts or something? You are the first official master that I have acknowledged." Chi Yu was stunned and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. "Teach you? I don't know who to teach me. Didn't I just say that it's not difficult to recognize you as my apprentice? However, I really have nothing to teach you. What I practice is not something you can learn. Kirin's secret art only belonged to Kirin. Without Kirin's bloodline, how could he practice it?" Jida said with dissatisfaction, "Master, a super master like you must know a lot of things. Do you think I'm not sincere enough? How about I go to get the money now and pay the tuition fee for you?" Looking at Jida's eager face, Chi Yu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Just now, when he agreed to accept him as his apprentice, in fact, Chi Yu just felt that it was fun, and it didn't seem to be a bad thing to accept such a powerful apprentice. However, when it came to teaching him secret arts, Chi Yu was really in a dilemma. By the side, Mingming said, "Brother, stop fooling around. Go back first. Chi Yu really has nothing to teach you. Although I don't know what happened to his strength that day, I know very well that he is actually not strong. Can't you feel that there isn't a strong energy fluctuation in his body?" Jida said stubbornly, "That's because Master has already cultivated to the realm of returning to simplicity. People like us naturally can't feel it. Master, you really have to accept me as your apprentice. No matter what you teach me, I will definitely learn it seriously. I can also endure hardship." Listening to Jida's words, Chi Yu's mind flashed, and he immediately thought of a way. "All right, if that's the case, I will give you a clear path. I really don't have anything to teach you. However, I can find someone to teach you something." Jida said with some disappointment, "Master, I only want to learn from you. If you find someone who isn't as good as me to teach me, then what's the point of learning?" Chi Yu chuckled and said, "Not as good as you? I don't think so. He is my master. Could it be that your master's master is not as good as you? You should be proud that I invited your grandmaster to teach you the skills of another generation." Hearing this, Jida immediately became spirited. "Grandmaster? Is Grandmaster a legendary hermit master?" Chi Yu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Think what you want. Let's go, I will bring you there now. Don't bother me in the future. If you want to learn martial arts, go find your grandmaster directly. Mingming, let's go together." Mingming's eyes revealed a puzzled look. Hai Ruya had already conducted a sufficient investigation on Chi Yu, so Mingming naturally obtained detailed information on Chi Yu from her. However, she didn't hear that he had a master. Her brother was not an ordinary person. It was not easy to find someone who could be his master. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but ask, "Where do you want to go?" Chi Yu said, "This place is where you brought me. It's where the Shiti Rex is." Mingming widened her eyes and said, Don't tell me you want Sister Ryue to teach my brother. You should know that it's impossible. Also, I didn't hear that you have Sister Ryue as your master. Chiyu said with a smile. Of course not her. She wants to be my master? Humph, that's impossible. Let's go, you will know when we get there. When he thought of Hai Ryue's cold face, he felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. Hai Ryue was the first beauty that made him feel disgusted. Doing what he said was always the style of a soldier. Jide couldn't wait to go out with Chiyu and Ming Ming. He still drove his off-road vehicle. Ming Ming pointed the way, and Jide drove like it was flying towards the Dragon Qian courtyard. At this time, the sky was already dark. All kinds of neon lights were constantly flashing brilliantly on the streets of the capital. The streets were bustling with people. For many people who had a rich nightlife, the most exciting time of the day had just begun. After becoming a master, Chiyu's treatment suddenly improved a lot. This time, Jide took the initiative to let him be the front passenger seat, and Ming Ming sat alone in the back. The off-road vehicle sped towards the destination. When they arrived at the Dragon Qian courtyard, Chiyu was already a little sleepy. Even he himself didn't know why. Ever since Master Zagru awakened his Kirin bloodline, he often felt sleepy, and his appetite had greatly increased. Although he ate a lot in the past, compared to now it was really too different. For this matter, he asked Xiaji. After thinking about it, Xiaji told him that this situation might be because his Kirin bloodline needed a lot of rest and nutrients to fuse with his body. He had to eat more nutritious things to supplement his body. Unfortunately, Chiyu was very poor. It was good enough to eat his fill, let alone nutrition. Master, we're here. This place is very big. Well, the geographical location is not bad, and there seems to be radar fluctuations. How come I didn't know there was such a place before? The identity of the owner of this place must be extraordinary. As he spoke, Jide jumped out of the car, walked a few steps to the front door, and carefully looked around the door. At this time, his eyes had become extremely sharp. Chiyu and Ming Ming came to Jide's side, only to hear him muttering to himself. This is a special defense door from lace, made with a special process of titanium alloy. My God, this owner is too rich. The price of titanium alloy is definitely not cheaper than gold. The signal here feels like the Ross United Nations Gauss radar. Even a fly can't escape its scanning. This radar is military equipment, and it's very advanced. Chiyu said impatiently, All right, stop showing off. Ming Ming, you come. Ming Ming smiled slightly, stepped forward, and repeated what she did when she brought Chiyu here. The door opened, and the three of them walked into the Dragon Field courtyard. At this time, Hai Ryue had already walked out of the huge villa in the courtyard, Uncle Zhou beside her. Hai Ryue was still so beautiful, but the expression on her face had not changed. Perhaps because it was already night, she was wearing a simple casual outfit, and overall she looked a little softer. The auras of the strong always attracted and repelled each other. As soon as Hai Ryue appeared, her eyes met Jide's. It was as if 4 bolts of cold lightning had collided in the air, and the two of them snorted at the same time. Hai Ryue's face paled, and Jide took half a step back, both showing a hint of surprise. Naturally, Ming Ming knew Hai Ryue's temper. Afraid that she would misunderstand, she quickly ran forward and said, Sister Ryue, this is my brother. Hai Ryue's temper was indeed the same as before. Hearing this, she could not help but say coldly, Ming Ming, don't you know that I don't welcome outsiders here? Ming Ming stuck out her tongue and said, You can't blame me for this. It was Chiyu who insisted on bringing him here. Although Chiyu's strength was not that great, he was not afraid of Hai Ryue. He fiercely looked at her full chest and said, It was me who brought him here. This is my new disciple, so he can be considered one of us. I brought him here to pay my respects to the ancestor, right? I didn't come here to look for you. Although Hai Ryue hated Chiyu's gaze, She was even more surprised by his words. "What did you say?" "He is your disciple." It was no wonder that she was surprised. Just now, when she made eye contact with Jida, it was a process of testing each other. At their level of strength, their mental strength was very different from that of ordinary people. Their auras were condensed in their eyes, and although they did not actually fight, the contact of their auras was enough to roughly judge each other's strength. Hai Ryue felt Jida's strength, and she naturally knew what level Chiyu was at. She could not believe that Chiyu could actually accept such a disciple. "What? Can't I accept a disciple? Teacher Zhou, hello." As he spoke, Chiyu greeted Uncle Zhou, who was beside him. Because Hai Ryue did not allow Uncle Zhou to teach Chiyu martial arts, Uncle Zhou did not allow Chiyu to call him master anymore. However, Chiyu insisted on calling him teacher Zhou to show his respect. His heart was full of goodwill towards this old man. And the purpose of today's visit was also to introduce Jida to his teacher Zhou. In fact, Chiyu did not know how strong Uncle Zhou was, but he had always felt that Uncle Zhou was not an ordinary person. There was an extremely strong aura hidden in his body. Perhaps this was the strength brought about by martial arts, or perhaps this was another kind of strength. And this unfathomable feeling made Chiyu full of confidence in him. Uncle Zhou smiled slightly, and his eyes swept over Chiyu. His eyes were slightly dull for a moment, but they returned to normal in an instant. "Hai Ryue," said coldly. "It's good that you're here." "Ming, Chiyu, I happen to have something to talk to you about." Jida lowered his head and whispered in Chiyu's ear, "Master, which one is the Grand Master?" Chiyu pointed at Uncle Zhou and said, "This one is." Jida glanced at Uncle Zhou and said, "Hello, Grandmaster." Chiyu chuckled and said to Uncle Zhou, "Teacher Zhou, I've come to find trouble for you. This guy insisted on being my disciple, and he even wanted me to teach him unique skills. I had no choice but to bring him here. You know what my level is. How could I possibly teach him? He's a member of the Special Forces, and he's also Ming's brother, so he should be trustworthy. I remember you said you wanted to find a successor. I see that he's big, so he should be able to do it." Uncle Zhou looked kindly at Chiyu and said with a smile, "You still remember?" Jida said, "Grandmaster, I would like to spar with you." He was a straightforward person, and in his opinion, only those who could defeat him were qualified to be his master. Hai Ryue, who was at the side, said coldly, "This is not a dueling ground. Uncle Zhou, bring him to the training room. Chiyu, Ming, you two come with me." After saying this, she turned around and went back to the villa. Uncle Zhou smiled and said, "Don't be offended. Miss has always been like this. She's actually a good person." Jida curled his lips and said, "I'm afraid this kind of woman won't be able to marry in the future. Whether she's a good person or not has nothing to do with me. Grandmaster, let's quickly find a place to spar." Uncle Zhou smiled indifferently and said, "There's no need to look for another place. Let's do it here. Chiyu, you and Miss Ming go in first. I also want to try this disciple you found for me. If I'm not wrong, he should be an external martial artist, but later changed to internal martial arts. However, his martial arts are already fixed, so whether he can inherit my martial arts is another matter." Chiyu looked at Jida and said, "Good luck." After saying this, he and Ming went back to the villa. Jida was born in the Special Forces and had always belonged to the destructive type of violent person. Seeing that everyone else had left, the expression on his face suddenly calmed down. If there were people familiar with him at this time, they would definitely know that this was the signal that he was about to make a move. In the Blue Dragon Special Forces, the calm Jida was called the Approaching Storm. Uncle Zhou smiled and looked at Jida, who was much taller than him. He spread his legs and stood there calmly. "Come, as long as you can make my legs move, you win." Jida was stunned. "Grandmaster, don't be too careless." Uncle Zhou's aura suddenly changed. With a calm smile on his face, he stretched out his right hand and slightly bent his arm. His body seemed to be swaying slightly, but it also seemed like he had never moved. At this moment, Ji suddenly felt a trace of strangeness in his heart. It seemed that Uncle Zhou had completely integrated with the surrounding environment. His heart trembled slightly. He knew that he had met a master. They had already set up their positions, while Qiyu and Mingming had also entered the villa. The two followed Hai Ryue to a reception room on the second floor. Sister Ryue, don't be angry. However, you also know the purpose of us, Zodiac Guardian Warriors. Since we want to protect the East, we have to cooperate with the army. Mingming looked at the cold face of Hai Ryue and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Before coming here, she had hesitated. But not only did Qiyu's words made Ji very curious, she also wanted to see who Qiyu was looking for to be her brother's master. Hai Ryue said indifferently, Mingming, I know your identity. However, there is one thing you need to understand. Although we want to cooperate with the country, do you think that we, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, are qualified? Our strength is far from enough. Master Zagru once said that. Before the Zodiac Guardian Warriors fully appear and possess their own abilities, we must try our best to hide ourselves. The Zodiac Guardian Warriors have been passed down for thousands of years. In order to protect the East, we have sacrificed a lot of blood. Similarly, we also have enemies lurking in the East. Once our identity is exposed, it is very likely that we will face a devastating blow. I know that you have a sense of propriety when doing things. However, I don't want others to know our identity, especially Qiyu's identity. As the weakest Kirin, protecting him is your most important responsibility. Mingming lowered her head and said, Yes, Sister Ryue, I will definitely pay attention. Qiyu sat on the sofa next to him and said, All right, stop lecturing Mingming. I brought her brother here. T-Rex, I also have something to tell you this time. Do you want to say it first or me? Hai Ryue was stunned and said, You have something to talk to me about? Her attitude towards Qiyu had somewhat changed. Of course, it was not because Qiyu's character had changed for the better, but because in just a few days he had unexpectedly found 3 Zodiac Guardian Warriors. It was good luck and ability which made Hai Ryue have a whole new level of respect for him. One must know that the sooner the Zodiac Guardian Warrior's strength was awakened, the sooner the strongest Eastern Guardian Warriors would have enough strength. Qiyu nodded and glanced at Hai Ryue. He said, The reason why I want to talk to you is very simple. I remember that you have a company, right? I want you to give me a job. A part-time job is fine. You want to work? Hai Ryue thought that she had misheard. Qiyu said firmly, Yes, I want a part-time job. I will do it when I don't go to school. The salary will be given according to my ability. It doesn't matter how much it is. However, the precondition is that I will provide meals when I work. This request is not too much, right? This time, Hai Ryue was really a little curious. Can you tell me why you want to work? Qiyu said angrily, What else can a person need a job for? Of course it's for money. I have to support myself. Don't you know that I have been relying on the state's relief fund? Now I have to go to school. I have already owed you a lot of tuition fees. Don't you want to pay me back? I don't have the habit of spending women's money. I have hands and feet. Naturally, I can work. Hai Ryue's eyes changed. There seemed to be something in her eyes, and there was a slight change in her expression. Although it was only for a moment, Qiyu still noticed it. How about it, Director Hai? Will you give me a chance? Qiyu asked eagerly. Hai Ryue looked at him and said, Then what can you do? As far as I know, you seem to be only at the level of junior high school. Qiyu was suddenly speechless. I can at least serve the dishes. I just want to earn money for my meals. My requirements are not high. No matter what, I am the king of the Zodiac Guardian Gods now. I can't be a little gangster and rob money. Mingming's eyes widened. What, you have done this before? Qiyu's face stiffened. he said awkwardly. I was just saying. Hai Ryue's eyes flashed a trace of a smile. Well, when you have winter vacation, I will arrange a job for you. You also have to pay me back the money you owe me. However, no matter what the job is, you must do it well. You won't be able to serve the dishes, but you have to work hard. Chiyu smiled and said, Then I will thank you first. Now it's your turn. What do you want to say? Hai Ryue's face tightened. She said, This matter is very important. It is related to the status of the Zodiac guardian gods in the whole East. Yesterday I received a notice. 3 months later, on the 10th of January next year, the East Guardians will gather in Beijing and hold an exchange at Tianxiang Mountain. Qi Yu was stunned. He said, Tianxiang Mountain? I am familiar with it. It is only a 30-kilometer drive from where I live. It is one of the nearest mountains to the west of Beijing. What's so serious about holding an exchange? Hai Riyue sternly said, Do you think it is for fun? The exchange will be held at the highest peak of Tianxiang Mountain, Guijianqiu. It is called an exchange, but in fact, it is a test of each other's strength. Don't think that the East Guardians are monolithic. There are many disputes among the major forces. The time when the Zodiac guardian gods appear is not fixed, but every time we appear, we will become the leader of the East Guardians. This is something that the ancient forces can't stand. Every time we appear, they will think of ways to make things difficult for us. However, they also know that once the Zodiac guardian gods are gathered, there is no power in the East that can contend against us. Therefore, they choose the right time to interfere when our Zodiac guardian gods are not strong enough. Qi frowned and said, These fellows are sick. Are they not afraid that after they hit us, they will be destroyed by the ancient beasts? Hai Ryue indifferently said, Some people are very short-sighted. Moreover, they only want to suppress us and make us unable to raise our heads among the East Guardians. They don't really want to fight against us. After all, when the Zodiac guardian gods become strong, no matter what the situation is, they will bear the responsibility of protecting the East. Qi Yu curled his lips and said, It seems that this exchange is a fight for fame and fortune. Then let them have it. Won't it be fine if we don't go? Nonsense. Hai Ryue's voice suddenly became abnormally cold. A strong domineering aura spread out from her body. As the king of the Zodiac guardian gods, how can you say such words? For us, although reputation is not the most important, if we lose it, then how can we command the entire East Guardians in the future? I've told you before that there's more than one powerful force in this world. If the East wants to be above all the other forces, then we must unite all the Eastern protectors. Otherwise, once the enemy invades, then our East will face an unimaginable disaster. Do you know why the East Guardians sent me an invitation? It is because of your appearance. Chapter 21. Hai Ryue looked at him coldly and said, Don't forget, you are the king of the Zodiac guardian gods. Naturally, you should be the leader of all the Eastern Guardians. Qilin was an ancient divine beast. When the bloodline in one's body was awakened, it would naturally emit the aura of an emperor. Ordinary people might not be able to feel this kind of energy fluctuation, but as the Eastern Guardians who had abilities far beyond ordinary people, they could clearly feel it. At the same time, they also know that Kirin is the weakest when he just appeared, and the Zodiac guardian gods are not complete, so they will seize this opportunity. Ming Ming said, Sister Ryue, must Qi Yu go? In 3 months' time, it was impossible for him to gain more strength. I think it's better for the 3 of us to go. You, Tiger, and me, it should be enough. Hai Ryue shook her head and said, Ming Ming, things are not as simple as you think. Those ancient families of the East that have settled down for God knows how many years. The strength they possess is very huge, and they are all independent systems. With just the 3 of us, we may not be able to gain the upper hand. Only God knows how strong those old fellows of the families are. Unfortunately, I just got close to the 6 clouds realm. If I have the strength of the 7 clouds, they will not dare to provoke me. Ming Ming said, "Then what should we do? Do we really have to bring Chi-Yu?" Hai Ryue glanced at Chi-Yu and said, "As the king of the Zodiac guardian gods, he must appear. Otherwise, it will seem that we are afraid of those people. In these 3 months, we all have to work hard. It is impossible to rely on him. Only when the 3 of us increase our strength as much as possible, and when the time comes, can we deal with it. At this time, we don't need to defeat everyone. It is enough to show the strength of our Zodiac guardian gods. When the 12 Zodiac guardians gather, they will no longer have a chance." When Chi-Yu heard Hai Ryue's words, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. A cold gaze flashed in his eyes. This was not the first time he had been looked down upon. However, being looked down upon by a woman still filled his heart with anger. However, Chi-Yu did not express it. He knew that everything that Hai Ryue said was true, at least from their point of view. According to Kirin's previous situation, he might not be able to become stronger in 3 years, let alone 3 months. In their eyes, his role was mainly to gather the 12 Zodiac warriors, not to fight. Since that's the case, then just wait and see. 3 months, which is close to 100 days, is it really impossible for me to have enough strength? Thinking of this, Chi-Yu unconsciously clenched his fists tightly. His heart was filled with the desire to become stronger. Ming Ming nodded and said, "That's the only way. Since the letter of challenge has arrived, we can't go to school anymore. How about this, Sister Ryue? Tomorrow I will look for the 3 newly discovered Zodiac guardian gods, and then immediately bring them to Tibet to ask Master Zagru to awaken them. Although 3 months is not a long time, they will at least have the strength of Chien. Sister Modi herself is very strong. Perhaps we will be a little stronger when the time comes. When we reach Master Zagru's place, we can also cultivate in peace for a period of time. We can only put our studies aside for now." Hai Ryue nodded and said, "I think so too. After receiving your call, I have already gathered the information of these people. I will go with you tomorrow. I will take care of the school." Although it was a simple sentence, it fully reflected the power that Hai Ryue possessed. Ming Ming's gaze fell on Chi-Yu. "What about you? Do you want to go with us? When you reach Master Zagru's place, you can also properly cultivate for a period of time." Chi shook his head and said, "No, you guys go. I will stay in Qingbei and wait for you guys to come back. In any case, I am only going to go through the motions and can't help you guys with anything. What's the use of bitter cultivation?" Hai Ryue looked at Chi-Yu with some disdain and said, "Do what you want. There is indeed no use for you to go and cultivate. However, there is another matter that I called you guys over today. There are a few things that I want to give you. Although you won't be able to achieve anything in 3 months, if you can use these things well, you can at least protect your life." Chi-Yu was stunned and said, "What things?" Hai Ryue didn't reply and walked in front of a wall. She raised her hand and lightly pressed on the wallpaper on the wall. With a cha-cha sound, the wall actually naturally split open to the 2 sides, revealing a gap that was big enough for a person to pass through. Not only was Chi-Yu surprised, even Ji Mingming also asked curiously, "Big Sister Ryue, you still have a mechanism here?" Hai Ryue said indifferently, "This is something that Master Zagru gave to me for safekeeping. Originally, we shouldn't give it to him now, but this matter happened suddenly. If we don't give him some ability to protect his life, we won't be able to take responsibility if an accident happens. Come with me." Saying that, she took the lead and walked into the gap. The 3 of them walked in along the gap, and the wall behind them naturally closed up. This was an independent room. Hai Ryue did not know where she pressed, but a layer of faint brilliance suddenly appeared on the wall of the room, illuminating every corner of the room. Chi-Yu suddenly felt an indescribable aura. That incomparably strong feeling stimulated his body to slightly tremble. Immediately after, that aura seemed to have found a relative and frantically rushed towards his body. Chi-Yu could not help but let out a muffled groan. His body slightly swayed, and he took a step back. The aura that he had just started cultivating today naturally circulated, and quickly accepted the stimulation of this aura. You could clearly feel that every cell in his body seemed to be active, and the speed of the aura circulating in his body was at least 3 times faster than when he cultivated today. Hai Ryue's voice sounded. This secret room is built with special materials and can isolate all energy fluctuations. Chiyu, you can pick up what belongs to you. If you can't take it away, then it proves that it still doesn't recognize you. Chiyu did not seem to hear Hai Ryue's words. His gaze was already fixed on a metal table at the innermost wall of the room. On that table there were 3 things. On the left there was a tray, and on it was a piece of clothing. The fabric seemed to be very ordinary, and one could not tell what it looked like. On the right, there seemed to be a glass ball, and there was a faint brilliance circulating within the ball. Every time it flickered, it would change into a different color, going through the alternation of purple, blue, red, and green colors. The powerful aura from before came from this ball of light, and in the middle of the table there was a piece of scale. The bright red scale was diamond-shaped, and there were slight bumps on it. The red color was like a drop of blood, and it flashed with a somewhat demonic light. The faint red light made the atmosphere of the room seem a little strange. Ming and Hai Ryue moved to the sides, and Chiyu walked step by step to the front of the table and stopped. He raised his hand, as if he wanted to grab one of the things, but his hand stopped in midair. Hai Ryue, what are these? His voice was strangely calm. Whether it was Hai Ryue or Ming, there was not a trace of emotion in his voice. Hai Ryue said indifferently, "These 3 things are the treasures of Kirin that have been passed down. Originally, there were a total of 8, but with the hardships that Kirin has experienced in the past, now there are only 3 left. If you can find all 8 treasures of Kirin, maybe you can really have the power of Kirin." Chi-Yu's heart trembled a little. He could feel very clearly that the 3 things in front of him had an aura that was closely related to him. It was abnormally real. Compared to when he first saw Xie, this aura was much more intimate. It was as if they were a part of his body. It's them, it's actually them. Xie, who should have been sleeping, exclaimed in Chi-Yu's heart. "What is it?" Chi-Yu asked in his heart. Xie said a little hurriedly, "This is Kirin's 8 treasures." "Ah, I understand. I finally understand why Kirin chose to pass on his bloodline through humans, even though he knew that humans could not inherit the true cultivation method of Kirin's bloodline. Is it because of the 8 treasures of Kirin?" Chi-Yu asked doubtfully. "Yes, it is because of these 8 treasures of Kirin. The 8 treasures of Kirin's 8 treasures are not other things. They are actually a part of Kirin itself. These 8 treasures were transformed by the 8 ancient Kirin before they died, using the last of their body's energy to create them. They were the condensation of all their efforts. Although it couldn't preserve the energy they possessed, each treasure had its own unique function according to the Qilins' different abilities. Just like what the heir of the dragon said, if the 8 treasures of Kirin's 8 treasures were obtained by an heir of Kirin, then, under the guidance of the 8 treasures of Kirin, he could unlock the mystery of his bloodline. This is the method of using Kirin's ability and integrating the bloodline that you saw today." Chi-Yu frowned and said, "So, this Kirin's 8 treasures are useless to me? Can't I already learn the real cultivation method?" Xie said angrily, "Of course not. Each of the 8 treasures of Kirin has an extremely powerful effect. However, they can only really play their role in the hands of Kirin. When you learned the application of Kirin's ability today, did you find any flaws in it?" Chi-Yu was stunned and said, "How could I find it? I just looked at it once. It is already very good to remember part of it. Even if there are flaws, I can only find them through cultivation. However, when I looked at it carefully today, I found that there was a big shadow at the end of the cultivation method. At that time, I thought that the application of Kirin's ability had ended, but the shadow took a long time to disappear. Now that I think about it, it may be the flaw that you mentioned. Siaji said, that's right. Those shadow parts are likely to contain the most powerful skills of Kirin. If you want to learn these skills, you must use the 8 treasures of Kirin to activate them. If you can have the 8 treasures of Kirin, then you are no longer the heir of Kirin, but a real Kirin. At that time, the bloodline in your body will be fully awakened. Rather than saying that you have the ability of Kirin, it is better to say that Kirin has the transformation of a human. With the 8 treasures of Kirin, you no longer need to be restricted by the 3 reading limit that I mentioned. You can study the application of Kirin's ability more carefully, and you can also see the last few great skills. Damn, do you need to be so troublesome? Chi, you couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Siaji sighed and said, you also have to understand this point, the ancestors of Kirin. You have to understand that the cultivation method of Kirin is the most superior method in ancient times. You have also seen that the Zodiac guardian god warriors can quickly improve their strength by evolving the ascending cloud method according to the ascending Qilin method. If they have all the cultivation methods of Kirin, they will inevitably become more powerful. This was not limited to them. Once one obtained all of the Qilin's cultivation methods, any cultivator would be able to possess super strength in a short period of time. Therefore, the ancestors of Kirin have to be on guard. Chi nodded and said, then tell me what these 3 things do now. Didn't you say that they all have very powerful characteristics? Siaji said, yes, each of the 8 treasures of Kirin is very powerful, but only when all 8 are gathered together can they fully release their power. And if there are only 3, they can only release about 30% of their power at most. The 3 Kirin's 8 treasures in front of you are also not bad. One of them is the most important red armor of Kirin. It is the scale in the middle. This scale was transformed from the most powerful fire Kirin in the history of Kirin. It has the ability to trigger the heavenly fire of Kirin. Moreover, there are many mysteries. I am not very clear about the specific details. You have to explore it yourself. However, I can be sure that this red scale has a protective ability. When you inject your own thundercloud force into it, it can increase 10 times into a set of energy armor to protect your body. Of course, I am referring to the situation where you are below the 3 clouds. When you reach the 3 clouds and above, the Kirin armor that it transforms can only be combined with your own ability. The stronger your thundercloud force, the stronger its defense. Moreover, your thundercloud force is also related to the time it can be supported. If you can reach the same strength as the predecessor of the fire Kirin, then you can have the ability to use the red armor of Kirin forever. This red armor of Kirin has another name called Kirin Red. It is the one with the highest defense among the 8 treasures of Kirin. Chi-Yu was overjoyed and said, if I have it, won't I become a cockroach? Siaji was stunned and said, what is a cockroach? Chi-Yu smiled and said, isn't it cockroach? Don't tell me you don't know this creature. Siaji said, of course I know. Cockroaches are one of the most ancient species that have been passed down since ancient times. Although they are not powerful, they have appeared much earlier than us, the ancient divine beasts. Even now, they have been passed down for a long time. They have an extremely strong life force. It is also appropriate for you to use it as an analogy. However, there is one thing I want to remind you. With your current meager strength, you can only use the red armor of Kirin for 3 seconds at most. What? Only 3 seconds? You're not wrong, right? When Chi-Yu heard this, his state of excitement suddenly turned into disappointment. Siaji laughed and said, do you think that the 10 times defense is given to you for free? Although that is the energy of the red armor of Kirin, it also depends on your own ability. You must at least have the ability to mobilize the energy of the red armor of Kirin to use its defense. In your current situation, I am overestimating you if I say that you can hold on for 3 seconds. However, don't underestimate these 3 seconds. In a life and death situation, Sometimes every second is very important. Think about it. If someone used an arrow to shoot you, how long would it take from the shot to the target? At least at that moment, the red armor of Kirin can help you resist the enemy's attack. Isn't this a treasure? What's more, there are many other mysteries in the red armor of Kirin. It is up to you to uncover it yourself. Chi Yu said, "What about the other two? What abilities do they have?" Xieji said, "The ball on the right is the only treasure in the 8 treasures of Kirin that has neither defensive nor offensive power. But you must not underestimate it. In the 8 treasures of Kirin, it is ranked 4th and is called the Kirin Pearl. Although it can attack or defend, it is a treasure to assist in cultivation. This was transformed by the weakest Kirin of the 4 clouds, Kirin. In this regard, it is the same as you, but he is not as lucky as you. You are the 4 clouds in Kirin, but he is only the 4 clouds Kirin. There is a little difference, but the difference is huge. Although he also has 4 abilities, he does not have a naturally tyrannical body like you. At that time, if he was given a year, maybe he would really become the strongest Kirin in history. Once he cultivated all 4 of his abilities to the extreme, no creature would be able to match up to him. Unfortunately, the enemies would not give him this opportunity. Although the 4 clouds Kirin could become stronger, because his mind was divided into 4 parts, it was the most difficult to cultivate. In order to limit its growth, there was a holy war between the giant beasts. In the end, although the godly beasts defeated the beasts, it was a pity that the 4 cloud Qilin had no choice but to use the ultimate Qilin arm at the most critical moment, instantly killing the 2 strongest beasts on the other side and paying with its life. Before he died, he transformed into the Kirin Pearl. At that time, no one understood the function of the Kirin Pearl. It was not until a long time later, when an ordinary Kirin accidentally obtained the Kirin Pearl and used it to obtain all of Kirin's abilities in a short 300 years, that the giant beasts understood that the Kirin Pearl could assist in cultivation. Because the sacrificed Qilin Senior was a 4 cloud Qilin, this Qilin Pearl would be able to assist the Qilin's cultivation regardless of the attribute of the Qilin. Its appearance also made the Kirin clan's position as the king of the mythological beasts more secure. It is also because of it that Kirin's ability improved and became even more abnormal. Therefore, although the Kirin Pearl's ranking is lower than Kirin's, it will be very useful to you. This time, Chi Yu did not feel any joy because of the Qilin bead. Instead, a trace of sorrow suddenly rose in his heart as he looked at the treasure flickering with 4 different colors. He seemed to have seen the 4 clouds Kirin and felt the indignant expression on his face before he died. Yes, as the 4 clouds Kirin, he was regarded as trash by Master Zagru and the Zodiac warriors. Back then, didn't he also suffer a tragedy because of the difficulties in cultivation? Because of this, he used the last of his life force to condense this Kirin Pearl. He sacrificed himself to bring opportunities to his clansmen. Senior, don't worry. No matter what, I will use it well. I will never let the 4 clouds Kirin be humiliated because of the difficulties in cultivation. Perhaps it sensed Chi Yu's state of mind. The Kirin Pearl's flickering luster suddenly lit up. Although it was only for a moment, Chi Yu clearly felt a pure and intimate feeling, as if it was caring for him. The faint sadness also disappeared. Chi Yu, do you know? In history, you are the second 4 clouds Kirin to appear. The senior who condensed this Kirin Pearl is the first. This, your heavenly guide doesn't know. After all, it has been too long. As the king of the Xieji clan, I have lived for more than 3,000 years. I already have a strong ability. Originally, I didn't want to become the shadow of a Kirin. Although you are the king of Kirin, you are still too weak. Even if I want to become your shadow, I hope to wait until you are stronger before I consider it. However, when I know that you are a 4 clouds Kirin, and at the same time a unique 4 clouds in Kirin, I no longer have the slightest hesitation. I hope that I can work with you, the unprecedented 4 cloud ink Qilin, to create a brand new situation. The strong always hope to rely on stronger people. Although you are not strong enough now, However, your potential is something that no one can compare to. Chiyu, with this Kirin Pearl, can I increase the speed of my cultivation of the ascending Qilin technique? Xieji said, Of course, the Kirin Pearl has many benefits because it has the 4 attributes of the senior. After the 4 kinds of energy condense, a special space is formed inside the Kirin Pearl. Although this space is not very big, it is no different from the natural environment outside. As long as you can communicate with the Kirin Pearl, you can use this space and store your own things inside. Because it has the natural environment inside, there is no problem even if you store living things. As for the size of this space, it depends on how powerful your thundercloud force is. Perhaps the space formed by this Kirin Pearl is infinite. As for cultivation, you only need to wear it on your body, and the energy of the Kirin Pearl will naturally help you. These are what I heard from the ancestors of Shiji. I am not sure whether this is the case or not. Chiyu, I understand. The magical effect of this Kirin octatic treasures mainly depends on my own ability. The stronger my ability, the greater the effect they can play. What's that dress? Shiji said, That is not a piece of clothes, but a cloak. In ancient times, because the sun was much stronger than now, most humans at that time would wear a cloak. Therefore, one of the octatic treasures, named Kirin Hidden, was made to suit the humans at that time. Kirin Hidden? This name sounds a bit strange. What is its ranking in the Kirin octatic treasures? As he said this, Chiyu's eyes couldn't help but fall on the dark red cloak. Xieji said, In the Kirin octatic treasures, Kirin Hidden ranks 8th, which is the last treasure. Although its ranking is the lowest, you must not underestimate it. But don't underestimate it. For you, the Qilin concealment is very useful. In the Kirin octatic treasures, except for the Kirin bead, the other 7 are mostly related to attack and defense, and this Qilin concealment is one of them. After the introduction of Xieji, Chiyu had already understood a little about the Kirin octatic treasures. He quickly said, In that case, Kirin Hidden is dark red. It should be left by a fire Kirin predecessor. Xieji paused. After a long while, it let out a low sigh. No, it is not. The reason why this Kirin Hidden is precious and can be one of the octatic treasures is that it came from an ink Kirin predecessor. Chiyu was stunned. Ink Kirin? Is it the fire attribute ink Kirin? Xieji said, No, according to the information passed down by my ancestors, ink Kirin's attribute is thunder, not fire. The reason why this Kirin Hidden is dark red is not because of its attribute. Qilins had scales on their bodies, and golden and silver fur grew out of the scales, while the ink Qilin's fur was black. This Qilin concealment is not a scale armor. It looks like it's made of cloth. In fact, it was completed by the Black Qilin Senior using his own skin to condense the last bit of his strength before he died. At this point, Xieji's voice was full of sorrow. As a follower of Kirin, Xieji's feelings for ink Kirin were naturally the deepest. Chiyu did not ask any questions this time because he felt the sadness in Xieji's heart. He just quietly waited for him to continue. The ink Kirin predecessor was once a sinner of the Kirin clan. It was because of him that the Kirin clan was almost destroyed. Although Kirin was strong, every Kirin had a fatal weakness. Furthermore, every Qilin's weaknesses were very well hidden. Some of them were in their defense, some in their attacks, and some in their personalities. Kirin's weakness was the most precious secret of every Kirin, and it was difficult for even their companions to know. The ink Kirin predecessor was the most favored of all 7 Kirin, because the other 6 Kirin were his parents, grandfather, grandmother, and 2 uncles. He could be said to be the pride of the entire Kirin clan. Therefore, the most precious secret of Kirin was not a secret to him at all. He was worthy of being the pride of everyone. In just a short span of 450 years, he became the strongest of the Kirin clan. However, he later made a mistake that affected the entire Kirin clan. It was also because of him that the number of Kirin clan, which had always been maintained at 7 to 10, could never exceed 3. Chi Yu's heart trembled. Did he betray the Kirin clan and seek refuge with the beasts? No, the Kirin clan is not only the king of the divine beasts, but also the most arrogant giant beasts. They are the most upright clan among the ancient divine beasts. However, do you remember that I told you that the Kirin clan is a playboy? The mistake that Senior Inkchilin had committed had been made by women. He was actually unable to extricate himself from falling in love with a female beast. It had to be said that this beast, who was about the same age as Senior Blackchilin, was indeed the most outstanding of the primordial beasts, the nine-tailed fox clan. Her beauty and charm were incomparable to any other divine beast. Senior Inkirin had been cultivating and knew very little about the outside world. Therefore, when he found out the true identity of the nine-tailed fox, it was already too late. Xie Ji did not continue, but Qi Yu had already fully understood. The nine-tailed fox betrayed Inkirin and told the ancient beasts about the weaknesses of all 7 Kirin clans Kirin, causing the Kirin clan to suffer a devastating blow. It was also for this reason that Senior Inkirin became the sinner of the Kirin clan. Qi Yu thought about it and opened up his thoughts to Xie Ji. Your judgment is basically correct, but you have overlooked one point. As the most beloved of the Kirin kings, Inkirin was also an outstanding talent among the divine beasts. Whether it was in appearance or strength, he was a rare talent among the divine beasts. Although the nine-tailed fox betrayed him and caused the Kirin clan to suffer a huge blow, the nine-tailed fox also fell deeply in love with Senior Inkirin. It was precisely because of this that this tragedy occurred and caused the emergence of Kirinine. Qi Yu was a little at a loss. Looking at the dark, red Kirinine, it was as if there was a long river of blood rushing past his eyes. Xie Ji continued. When Senior Inkirin realized that he had been deceived, the ancient beasts had already gathered all their forces to launch a sneak attack on the Kirin clan. At that time, Inkirin's grandfather, grandmother, and parents were all destroyed by the ancient beasts at the cost of several 10,000-year-old beasts. Even Inkirin's father was the only one who had time to release the essence of his life, Kirin's arm. As for the other 3 Qilin ancestors, they died in vain. At that time, Senior Inkirin almost fell into madness. He loved the nine-tailed fox so much that he was really unwilling to believe that all this was true. However, the facts were right in front of him, and he had to admit all this. In the face of the doubts of all the divine beasts and the tragic death of his loved ones, his spirit almost collapsed. In order to avenge his loved ones and to find out the truth of everything, he led the divine beast army to the nest of the beasts. Finally, after killing countless beasts, he finally saw his beloved nine-tailed fox. At that time, the nine-tailed fox cried. She only begged Senior Inkirin to kill him. It was also at that time that the nine-tailed fox revealed her true feelings. After listening to the nine-tailed fox's words, Senior Inkirin's originally black eyes turned blood red. Although his heart was in a mess and his spirit had completely collapsed, he actually calmed down at that moment. Then he released his Kirin's arm without hesitation towards the 3 strongest ancient beasts at that time. In other words, he released all the essence of his life. Chapter 22. Xie Ji heaved a long sigh and said, Yes, Inkirin was the only one who didn't die after releasing the real Kirin's arm. However, his strength was instantly reduced to its lowest point. The 3 beasts that had faced Inkirin's fatal blow were also seriously injured and couldn't possibly continue to live. After all, Senior Inkirin didn't hold back when he released his energy. The Kirin clan had always been the strongest attack of the ancient beasts, so how could they resist it? The ancient beasts' original plan was completely out of control because the 3 strongest powerhouses were seriously injured and they immediately fell into panic. Under the leadership of the remaining 2 Kirin, the ancient beasts slaughtered them crazily at the cost of fresh blood. It was also at that time that the Kirin clan declined greatly, But the ancient beasts also suffered a fatal blow. From then on, the entire ancient almighty beast era gradually declined. What about Senior Kirin? Since releasing Kirin's arm didn't affect his life, how is he now? Qi Yu asked impatiently. He had already forgotten that Hai Ruyue and Ji Mingming were behind him and was concentrating on communicating with Si. He was completely immersed in the story of Kirin's 8 treasures. Senior Ink Kirin's ending was tragic, but when his life was over, none of the ancient beasts blamed him. After he destroyed the 3 great beasts at the cost of his Kirin's arm, the ancient beasts began their massacre. During this process, the remaining 2 Kirin hated the 9-tailed fox, and their first target was to kill her. The 9-tailed fox didn't dodge. Her eyes were fixed on Senior Ink Kirin, and she was prepared to accept death calmly. She didn't cry, nor did she smile, but Senior Black Qilin could see the light of love and endless sorrow in her eyes that couldn't be faked. At that moment, Senior Ink Kirin felt the sorrow and helplessness in the 9-tailed fox's heart. Therefore, Senior Ink Kirin took action. Qi Yu clenched his fists and said firmly, "If it were me, no matter what happens in the future, I will protect my woman. Even if everything is wrong, I would rather use my own blood to wash away the sins on her body." They were all family and loved ones. Since he had already lost his parents and family, he would never let his loved ones be hurt again, even if you have to replace me. This time, it was Qi Yu's Xie Zhi's turn to be stunned, and his mind fluctuated violently. "Did you know?" "Qi Yu," Xie Zhi said faintly. Qi Yu was also surprised that he could say such a thing. He shook his head blankly and said, "No, what?" Xie Zhi said, "What that senior reported was the same as what you said. When he arrived at the headquarters of the primordial fierce beasts, he had already made up his mind to die. Because of him, 4 of his loved ones had died. He could not forgive himself, and it was impossible for him to continue to live. He led the mythological beasts to the headquarters of the primordial fierce beasts just to do 2 things. The first was to bring hatred to the beasts and use their lives to avenge his loved ones. The other was to find out whether the 9-tailed fox loved him or not. At that time he did not ask, but the 9-tailed fox's eyes had already told him everything. Therefore, when his 2 uncles launched Kirin's secret art to attack the 9-tailed fox, he moved. You said he moved twice. What did he do?" Qi Yu's voice trembled uncontrollably, and 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down his face. Xie Zhi's voice was a little choked. "I told you that although Ink Kirin would not die once he lost the ultimate Kirin's arm, his strength would also fall to the bottom. He would need a long time to practice and rely on his own super recovery ability to restore his Kirin's horn. If he was at his peak, Senior Ink Kirin could even compete with his 2 uncles. However, at that time, how could he compete with them? Therefore, he used a secret art created by the Kirin clan. It was a destructive secret art, like Kirin's arm. It was called Release. Release. Yes, it was Release. He released his own soul. Only by completely releasing his own soul could he use the power of release. Unlike Kirin's arm, even Ink Kirin could not recover after using Release. At that moment, the power that he erupted actually blocked the full blow of his 2 uncles. Qi Yu's voice was choked. He could imagine the eyes of Senior Ink Kirin at that time, the despair in his heart, and the deep love he had for the 9-tailed fox. Release. What else did he do besides releasing his soul? Xie Zhi's voice became even lower. The so-called release was releasing all of his Kirin's armor. In other words, at that moment, Senior Ink Kirin injected all his soul into the Kirin's armor, forcibly separating his scales and hair from his body. With his weak body at that time, he released an unusually powerful strength. He blocked the attack of his 2 uncles. The entire battlefield stopped because of his sudden attack. Ink Kirin became Bloody Kirin. There was not a single part of his body that was intact. In the end, he finally grabbed the 9-tailed fox's hand. He only said one sentence. He said, "I am willing to use everything, including my life and body, in exchange for her life." Both divine beasts and ferocious beasts were shocked by his voice. His voice was not loud, nor was it emotional. However, it was this calm voice that contained incomparable majesty. That was the true majesty of Kirin. No one dared to offend his majesty. At that moment, he became the king of divine beasts again, the true king of divine beasts. Before he died, he took a deep look at the nine-tailed fox and did not say a word to her. I am afraid that only the nine-tailed fox could understand everything contained in his eyes. The tears in Chi-Yu's eyes were the front of his shirt. His blood was completely boiling. Why? Why did it have to end like this? Why? Whose fault is this? If he was not Kirin and she was not a ferocious beast, if they did not meet each other under such circumstances, then how could everything have turned out like this? This time, Chi-Yu did not speak to Xieji in his heart. Instead, he shouted it out loud. His voice was full of sorrow, and the atmosphere in the entire room became gloomy. An invisible majesty silently exuded from his body. The clothes on Chi-Yu's upper body actually turned into powder on its own. The black and silver light became extremely bright. The strong light was like a dazzling star. The four-colored light under Ink Kirin's feet emitted a faint light. Purple, blue, red, and green. All of them became unusually bright. Chi-Yu's eyes changed. They became two colors, one black and the other silver. That huge pressure caused even Mingming to unconsciously hide behind Ryue. Now, Chi-Yu seemed to have lost his consciousness. He slowly knelt on the ground. His movements were very slow, but every movement was filled with a dignified aura. When his knees touched the ground, he slowly bowed down. Every bow was so steady and powerful. When his forehead touched the ground, it made a loud sound. A total of 9 times. Each time, he touched the ground without holding back. When he raised his upper body again, his forehead had become a purplish red. The light in Chi-Yu's eyes did not change. He just knelt there. His voice became low, but he was still choking with sobs. 3 seniors, you have sacrificed too much for the Kirin clan. Perhaps I am not a qualified Kirin. However, I swear on my life, soul, and everything that I will not disgrace you. In his eyes, there were not only 3 treasures of Kirin in front of him. At the same time, there were the souls of the 3 ancestors of Kirin. Looking at them, Chi-Yu seemed to see the heroic bearing of the 3 ancestors of Kirin. The ink Kirin on Chi-Yu's body slowly separated from his body and formed a huge light projection that floated behind him. A low roar came from Chi-Yu's mouth. The light projection of ink Kirin behind him raised its head and roared. Its silver and black fur became extremely eye-catching. The pure light suddenly erupted, and a huge aura enveloped the entire room. A red light seemed to turn into a red bolt of lightning. In an instant, it pierced through the sky and pierced the light projection of ink Kirin in the air. The red light gradually became clearer. It was located at the chest of ink Kirin's light projection. The black scales and silver fur, coupled with the red diamond-shaped scales that were emitting a bright light, made it look even more mighty. A scorching aura burned around ink Kirin's body. Although it was only an invisible flame, the huge aura was enough to suffocate people. Original form mutation, dragon. Original form mutation, chicken. Both Ji Mingming and Hai Ryue couldn't bear the pressure and had no choice but to use their original form mutation. In an instant, white dragon scales and colorful feathers appeared on their bodies. At this moment, the pressure they were enduring was no longer painful. They could clearly feel that Chi-Yu's body was like a huge energy vortex that was constantly releasing huge amounts of energy into every inch of their scales and feathers. Under such circumstances, Hai Ryue and Ji Mingming closed their eyes unconsciously and began to cultivate in coordination with their ascending cloud technique. Zagru had once told them that as a Zodiac warrior, hard cultivation was extremely important. However, it was equally important to seize opportunities. Although they didn't know why everything was happening in front of them, they wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Unfortunately, they didn't see what happened next after they started cultivating. Chiyu, who was standing in front of the table, was still standing there calmly. 4 colored lights shone from his body at the same time. Then the Kirin pearl on the right flew up slowly. Unlike Kirin's red, it didn't merge with Kirin's light projection. Instead, it floated in front of Chiyu. When Chiyu looked at it, it was like an eye that could see through everything. It stared at Chiyu carefully. They looked at each other and sensed each other. Chiyu's gaze didn't change, but the Kirin pearl started to tremble slightly. It was like a child who had left home and finally found his home. With a flash of light, purple, blue, red, and cyan lights shone brightly at the same time. Then, these 4 lights instantly formed a halo around Chiyu's neck. Chiyu's body felt scorching hot, cold, numb, and floating at the same time. Then he felt a chill on his chest. The 4-colored Kirin pearl was tightly attached to his chest. Its position was exactly at the tip of the Kirin pattern on Chiyu's body. On the other hand, a thin necklace appeared on the Qilin pearl. The necklace was formed from 4 unknown metals: purple, blue, red, and green. It was a single entity, forming a fine scale-like structure. It was calmly attached to Chiyu's neck, and the 4 sparkling and translucent lights looked extremely comfortable. Seniors, do you all approve of me? Chiyu's tears fell on the Kirin pearl. With a flash of light, the tears were absorbed by the Kirin pearl without warning. An invisible domineering aura and a hopeful aura emanated from the Kirin pearl and enveloped Chiyu's body. The feeling of hope stimulated Chiyu's senses. He couldn't help but let out another loud roar, causing the whole secret room to tremble. Finally, Chiyu's gaze fell on the dark red cloak. He was still kneeling, but his eyes were no longer calm. His originally frivolous face had become unprecedentedly serious. Senior Ink Kirin, you and I are both Ink Kirin. I can feel your sorrow. I don't know what this Kirin pearl you made has. I don't want to know either. I just hope that, as the heir of the Kirin clan, I can personally protect the ruins that you left behind and pass down your story forever. Senior Ink Kirin, can I take your body with me? Or rather, your skin? The sorrow became a bond that connected Chiyu and Kirin pearl. The strong aura of sorrow gradually faded. Chiyu could clearly feel that although Kirin pearl was filled with a strong resentment, it also contained a very special aura. It seemed to be the aura of hope, but it was a strange hope that could not be described. Senior, what do you want to say to me? Chiyu pretended to listen attentively, but all he could feel was the low whimper. The dark red Kirin pearl floated up like a dark red blood cloud. While Chiyu was listening, it had already quietly draped over his shoulders. The faint sorrow contained a feeling of understanding. It was a kind of recognition and seemed to be a kind of relief. It has recognized you. Siet Ji's voice was a little gratified. Senior Ink Kirin has recognized your aura. Kirin's octatic treasures can only be used by Kirin. They do not call you by your ability, but by your heart. Only by gaining their recognition can you become their new master. Your understanding and tears let Kirin Pearl's sorrow be expressed. So it has recognized you. Chiyu gently stroked the dark red cloak that was like skin. Senior Siaji, after the death of Senior Ink Kirin, did this cloak appear? What about Senior Nine-Tailed Fox? What was her ending? Siaji said, this story has always been passed down among the ancient beasts and ancient ferocious beasts. At that time, after the death of Senior Ink Kirin, the essence and blood in his body completely merged with his skin that had lost its scales and hair. At that time, humans had already appeared. Perhaps it was because Senior Ink Kirin had a premonition of the future of the Kirin clan, so this Kirin Pearl was created. When I heard this story from the ancestors, I thought that Senior Nine-Tailed Fox would die with Senior Ink Kirin. However, the result was not so. Senior Nine-Tailed Fox did not even cry. She just murmured, "I can't die, I can't die." After that, he left with Senior Black Cheelin's flesh and blood, but he left this Cheelin concealment for the ancient divine beasts. Since then, no one has seen Nine-Tailed Fox, and no one knows where she went. She and Senior Ink Kirin's remains have become a mystery that no one has been able to solve until now. Chi-Yu said with some sluggishness, "Perhaps there is a reason that gave her the courage to continue living. But whether it is Senior Ink Kirin or Senior Nine-Tailed Fox, they are very worthy of admiration. Their courage and final choice are something that ordinary people can never achieve. If it were me, maybe I would have already broken down." Sieji said, "Maybe so. What Kirin Pearl can bring you is the power of 3 invisibility. That is the concealment of breath, concealment of energy, and concealment of body. When you wear it, no one will be able to feel your Kirin breath, and they will not be able to feel whether you are strong or weak. When your Thundercloud Force and Kirin Pearl are combined, as long as you do not use Thundercloud Force to attack, then your body will remain invisible. Of course, the length of the invisibility is directly related to your Thundercloud Force. This is the same as Kirin Pearl. Moreover, Kirin Pearl has the ability to not be damaged by any metal equipment. It itself is a treasure with very strong defensive power. As for what its full ability is like, I do not know. Perhaps no one in the Kirin clan can fully exert its ability. After all, no one in the Kirin clan can reach the state of mind of Senior Ink Kirin. The clear light and shadow of Kirin behind Chi-Yu stepped on the 4-colored, auspicious cloud and poured into Chi-Yu's body from behind and merged with him. Chi-Yu clearly felt that the power of the 4 clouds that he had lost because he used the ability of Kirin's arm had reappeared. Although it was not strong and could only produce a faint light, it really existed. The power of the 4 clouds was slowly circulating along the route that he tried to practice today, and his own Kirin breath had become more condensed. Hai Ryue and Ji Mingming woke up from their short practice. When Kirin Invisible was on Chi-Yu's shoulder, they could not feel the huge Kirin breath of Chi-Yu anymore. It was as if he had become an ordinary person again. However, when they looked at the ruffian Kirin from behind, they were surprised to find that Chi-Yu's body seemed to have grown a little taller, especially the melancholy breath that they had never had before. It made him seem like he had gained something. "How did you do it?" Ryue, who was as calm as the sea, could not help but exclaim. Chi-Yu wiped away the remaining tears on his face and turned around to look at the 2 girls. "I did not do anything. These things originally belonged to Kirin. I only protected them with my heart." Hai Ryue frowned slightly and said, "Do you know? These 3 pieces of equipment belong to Kirin. No human who inherited Kirin's bloodline has ever been able to fully use them. According to Master Zigru, the most outstanding Kirin in the past could at most get the pearl and the red scale. As for that strange cloak, no one has ever been able to wear it. It has an extremely strong aura of repulsion. Even Master Zigru's powerful Buddhist energy could not get rid of the negative emotions it carried. I am really curious why it would approve of you." Chi-Yu said indifferently, "Are you trying to say why it approved of a ruffian like me? I can only say that these 3 treasures of Kirin contain the story of our Kirin clan. But this is Kirin's secret. All right, can we go out now?" The way Hai Ryue looked at Chi-Yu changed slightly. At this moment, he seemed to have become a different person. In fact, Hai Ryue did not know that Chi-Yu was still immersed in the tragedy of Ink Kirin. Coupled with the feeling of Kirin's sad aura, he temporarily had this kind of emotion. Coming out of the secret room again, Hai Ryue and Mingming were surprised to find that the cloak on Chi-Yu's body was gone. The serious expression on his face also gradually relaxed. He sat on the sofa in the room as if he was very tired. His eyes were somewhat dull, as if he was thinking about something. Ming Ming glanced at Hai Ryue. Although they all knew that some changes had happened to Chiyu, no one knew where this change appeared. It felt like he was still so weak. Other than the aura of Kirin that had the demeanor of a king, there was no strong energy fluctuation. But for some reason, even Ryue felt that she seemed to have underestimated this ruffian. After a short daze, Chiyu quickly recovered. "All right, Ming, let's go." "T-Rex, don't forget that you promised me a job." Ryue said indifferently, "I will not forget." "Ming, tomorrow morning I will go to Qingbei to find you." "Chiyu, since you have already obtained 3 pieces of Kirin's equipment and are also in Qingbei University, I think there will not be any trouble for the time being. This is for you. If you encounter any danger, you can press the red gem on it." While speaking, she handed over a bracelet to Chiyu. It was somewhat similar to the one she wore before. The platinum bracelet had a red gem the size of the first joint of a thumb. The rest of the bracelet was platinum. It was about 3 centimeters thick and 5 centimeters wide. Chiyu took the bracelet and buckled it on his left wrist. The size was just right, and it was completely close to his skin. Ryue said, "Your thundercloud force is still too weak. It is unable to detect a strong aura. Wait until your thundercloud force is a bit stronger. Then you can use it. The bracelet is also a pager. As long as you encounter trouble within the radius of 1 square kilometer, you can press the gem on it and turn it to the left. The surrounding Zodiac warriors will receive the message and quickly rush to your side. Also, after Ming leaves, you must not easily leave Qingbei University. From the geomancy of Qingbei University, it is a dragon's cave. It itself has a very strong geomancy. Only in Qingbei University can your Kirin aura be restrained. This is also the reason why I will let you go there. After 3 months, as long as we can safely pass through the exchange, I will naturally give you a job. During this period of time, I hope that you will diligently cultivate and strive to find the other Zodiac guardian gods." When Chiyu walked out of the secret room, Ryue and Ming had already recovered from their original attribute mutation. They once again wore their own clothes. Chiyu looked at the bracelet on his wrist. He turned the side of the ruby to his wrist. In this way, the real appearance of the bracelet could not be seen from the outside. The gem appeared dull and could not attract people's attention. He did not reply to Ryue's words. Instead, he directly walked out of the villa. Ming looked at Ryue. Her eyes carried a bit of worry. "Big sister Ryue, actually Chiyu is a good person. No one is born a ruffian. Isn't your relationship with him?" Ryue raised her hand to stop Ming from continuing. She coldly looked at Chiyu's back. "He is Kirin. To me, he is only a companion of the Zodiac warrior. If he can become strong, I will naturally respect him. But if he will only be a burden to us, what do you think I should do?" Ming looked at Ryue speechlessly. She lightly sighed and said, "Big sister Rue, I don't know why, but your rigid relationship with him always makes me feel uncomfortable. Although Chiyu is a ruffian, I found that he actually has a very strong self-esteem. You have hit him more than once. I am afraid that there will be deeper conflicts in the future. Master Zagru once said that only when we, the 12 Zodiac Guardians, unite with the King of the Zodiac, Kirin, can we truly become strong enough to protect the East. I think Chiyu will slowly change." Ryue's face softened a bit. Her eyes revealed a trace of complexity. "Thank you, Ming. Perhaps I really have some prejudice against him. I'll try to be nice to him. Don't worry, I will focus on the big picture. You should leave too. Don't let him wait too long." Ming heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled slightly and suddenly leaned close to Ryue, kissing her affectionately on the cheek. "Thank you, big sister Ryue. I will leave first." After saying that, she quickly ran out. Ryue looked at the bouncing Ming and couldn't help but smile. She indifferently said, "Silly Ming, there are some things that you don't understand. Do you think that I can't see what kind of person Chiyu is? In fact, he is the same as me. We both have the ability to mutate. I am a dragon with the mixed blood of the East and West, and he is in Kirin. If I don't stimulate his self-esteem, how will he abandon his original hooligan habits and work hard? At this point, the cold lines on her face suddenly softened a lot. Chiyu walked out of the door of the villa and was blown by the cold wind in the courtyard. He immediately felt much better, and the sadness in his heart disappeared with the disappearance of Kirin. He had just calmed down when he heard a bang. A huge figure fell, 3 meters away from him. The one who had fallen was none other than his disciple, Jida. Uncle Zhou was still standing in the position where Chiyu entered the villa. His hands were slowly raised in front of him, and his footsteps were still the same as before, as if he had not moved at all. Other than a few more wrinkles on his clothes, no one could imagine that Jida's huge body was actually thrown by him. Jida's appearance was much worse than Uncle Zhou's. He struggled to get up from the ground, and his clothes were already torn. Looking at his dirty face, it was obvious that this was not the first time he had fallen. Damn, how is this possible? Grandmaster, how did you do it? Although Jida was a little angry, it seemed that he did not want to try again. Uncle Zhou put away his posture, smiled slightly, and said, I haven't met a strong person like you for a long time. Your strength is very domineering, and the fire is enough. If I'm not wrong, your original cultivation started from external martial arts, and then gradually changed to internal martial arts. After a long period of hard training, you have cultivated to the current state. Looking at your own situation, you have reached the limit that the human body can reach. In fact, I can't win against you. I can only throw you, but I can't really hurt you. Your foundation is very solid, but what you lack is the application of internal martial arts and the assistance of some martial arts. Jida nodded thoughtfully and said, I heard from a senior in the army that my strength is already very strong. Unless I meet a real hidden master, otherwise I will not be defeated. I didn't expect Grandmaster to be a hidden master. You must accept me. I want to learn from you when you threw me just now. Uncle Zhou glanced at Chiyu, who was walking out of the villa, and smiled lightly and said, If you don't mind, from tomorrow onwards, come to me at 5 o'clock every day. I can take you to cultivate together. With your physical condition and solid foundation, you will definitely be able to carry forward my martial arts, and I will be able to face my ancestors. After saying this, he walked to Chiyu's side, smiled, and thanked him before returning to the villa. Chapter 23. Jida scratched his head and said, Your brother is screwed this time. This Grandmaster is much stronger than I imagined. No matter how I attack him, he only needs to slightly change his posture to divert my force to the side. Once I get close enough to touch his body, there's a strange force that flings me away. Moreover, this force seems to contain my own. It's as if he and I threw me away together. It's really strange. Chiyu's mood had already recovered a lot. He walked to Jida's side and said, This is called the 18 Stain Falls. You should learn from teacher Zhou in the future. He's more suitable to be your master. Jida, I want to discuss something with you. Jida was stunned and said, What is it? Go ahead, master. Chiyu glanced at Ming and whispered, What's the displacement of your car? Jida said, somewhat proudly, 6 liters. Strong, right? Chiyu was dumbfounded. How much? 6 liters, or 6.0 displacement. F*CK, the Hummer, seems to be only 6.0 displacement. Chiyu's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he wanted to eat Jida up. Jida laughed mischievously and said, The Hummer is nothing. This car of mine has been with me for 6 or 7 years. It's only after constant modifications that it became like this. Don't be fooled by its ordinary appearance. In fact, the parts inside are all special. There are a total of 12 cylinders arranged according to Volkswagen's W12 arrangement. I found special materials and assembled it myself. Moreover, I also used Chrysler's cylinder braking technology. When it's not needed, only 4 cylinders will operate, but in special circumstances, it can become 12 cylinders operating at the same time. Moreover, I also installed a mechanical supercharger on top. The maximum horsepower is close to 800. How about it? Fierce, right? Chi-Yu was speechless. This is an off-road vehicle. With such a large displacement, aren't you afraid of overturning it? Jida became even more proud when he heard this. How could it overturn? I added 2 differential locks to the front and back of the car. Its reaction speed is 1/10,000th of a second. In special circumstances, I can adjust it myself. All kinds of electronic facilities are extremely complete. Let alone an off-road vehicle, I even have the confidence to race with a super sports car. Master, do you like cars too? Chi-Yu said excitedly. I don't like it. I like it too much. Jida, did I hear wrongly? You said that you assembled this car yourself? The cows are flying in the sky. Jida snorted. Master, do you think it's that easy to be an elite in the Special Forces? The reason why I was assigned to this special unit is not because I can fight. It's because I have a special ability. Come on, let's talk in the car. I'll prove it to you. She looked strangely at Chi-Yu, who had previously been emitting a sorrowful aura, as if he had become a completely different person. However, she could faintly feel that Chi-Yu's sorrowful emotions were purposefully hidden and not as simple as disappearing on the surface. The 3 of them left the Dragonfield courtyard and got into Jida's car. Jida took out a stack of documents from the suitcase beside the driver's seat and handed it to Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu took the documents and flipped through them using the light in the car. Damn, tractor driver's license. What's the use of this? Motorcycle driver's license. You're so big, you can only drive a Harley. Special car driver's license. Special driver's license. Looks like you're really something. Damn, how can you have a yacht driver's license? What's this? Damn, it's a fighter jet driver's license and a helicopter driver's license. You wicked disciple, is there anything you can't drive? When Chi-Yu raised his head again, his eyes were full of shock. Jida laughed and said, Master, you're the king of the Zodiac. I don't need to keep it a secret from you. My ability is mechanical omnipotence. Not only can I use any kind of machinery, but I can also use existing resources to assemble all kinds of machinery that I need. I'm a genius when it comes to mechanics. Master, I'm also a Ph.D. in mechanics. You can't tell, can you? Chi-Yu was completely speechless this time. Looking at Jida's huge body, he couldn't associate him with the word Ph.D. Jida's expression suddenly became dignified. Since we've already talked about this, I might as well tell you. After I left the Blue Dragon Special Forces, I directly joined a special force directly under the command of the Military Commission, the highest military authority of the Yanhuang Republic. The direct leader of this force is my and Ming Ming's father. However, to command this special force, it requires at least 3 members of the Military Commission to issue an order, and it can only be executed with the approval of the President of the Yanhuang Republic. It can be said that our special force is the highest military secret of the Yanhuang Republic. The code name of this force is the Soul of Yanhuang. Hearing the 3 words Soul of Yanhuang, Chi-Yu's heart suddenly beat violently. Then what kind of people are in this force? Jida whispered. There are only 20 members in the Soul of Yanhuang, but all of them are the best of the best. Some of them even have special abilities. Each of them has their own special ability. After I joined this force, I was codenamed Mechanical Soul. As for the other people in the Soul of Yanhuang, I can't say. Chi-Yu showed a look of understanding and said, Okay, I know this is a secret. I don't want to know too many secrets. If I know too many secrets, my little life will be in danger. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Jida, how about this? I won't ask you for a salary, but you lend me this car to drive. How about it? Jida was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. As soon as he heard you wanted to borrow the car, he immediately reacted. No, absolutely not. Master, this is my life. I can't lend it. Even if I have to borrow my wife, I won't lend it. Yu unhappily replied, Don't tell me it's your concubine. Jida's eyes were filled with deep emotions as he gently stroked the steering wheel in front of him. Master, you don't know this, but I personally assembled every single part of this car. To me, it's like my child. Master, don't make it difficult for me, okay? Other than me, I haven't driven it for anyone else. Chi laughed and said, Jida, let's discuss it. I won't borrow much. Just 1 hour is enough, and you can sit in the car and watch me. I promise not to damage your precious car in the slightest. I just want to drive it for a while, that's all. You know, men love cars. Cars can be said to be a man's second house. Actually, did you know that I've always dreamed of having my own off-road vehicle? Unfortunately, I'm poor. When Jida heard Chi say that he also liked cars, the expression on his face suddenly relaxed a lot. Master, you also like off-road cars? Great minds think alike. Chi laughed and moved closer to Jida. He squinted at Ming and whispered, My biggest dream is to have an off-road car. I originally wanted to have a Cadillac SRX. Jida curled his lips and said, What's so good about that car? Its size can only be said to be average. As for the power, only the Polaris engine can be considered good. The production is relatively rough. There is nothing good about it. Chi smiled lewdly and said, You don't understand. Although the SRX wasn't outstanding in terms of performance, it had a little advantage. It had 2 buttons and 3 rows of seats in the car. After pressing the button, the back 2 rows of seats can be put under the chassis of the car. In this way, the whole back becomes a huge flat space. The length of the SRX is more than 5 meters, and the width is more than 2 meters. Once the back 2 rows of seats are put together, even a big guy like you can lie down. Then, get a hover bed ready, and you can sleep at any time. That's my dream. If I can have an SRX in the future, I can drive it everywhere to pick up girls. I will paste 4 big words on the 4 windows of the car. Jida asked curiously, What 4 words? Chi said proudly, Mobile sex room. Jida opened his mouth and looked at Chi as if he was looking at a Martian. Although Chi deliberately lowered his voice, Ming's face changed. She turned her head and looked out of the window. Chi smiled shamelessly and said, How is it? Isn't it very creative? Driving such a luxurious off-road car everywhere to pick up girls, and also saving money for a hotel room. How enjoyable is this? It can be used as a battlefield at any time. Jida swallowed his saliva and said, This works? It seems that only the SRX has this function. However, Master, if you paste those 4 words, aren't you afraid of the police arresting you? Chi snorted and said, What do you know? Those 4 words aren't pasted on one side. The police can only see 2 at most. Can't I paste mobile sex room on one side and mobile sex room on the other side? *CK, Master, you're too lewd. Jida's eyes lit up and he deliberately looked at the back seat of his car. He seemed to be thinking about how to modify it. Chi said, All right, are you going to lend it to me or not? I've already let you follow me in the car. What are you afraid of? Jida hesitated and said, Master, are you really only driving for an hour? Also, you can't collide with it. Although my car's safety performance is good, I can't bear to collide with it. Chi patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry, your master's skills are not worse than yours. After all, I've been driving for a few years. Jida looked at the 19-year-old Chi with a puzzled look. Although he had doubts in his heart, he could only nod helplessly. He didn't call him master for nothing. The strength of Chi and Uncle Zhou had already brought him great shock and respect. The 2 exchanged seats and sat in Jida's seat. Chi was suddenly very excited. He skillfully adjusted the position of the seat and the mirror. He really looked like an experienced driver, which made Jida feel a little relieved. He glanced at his watch and said, "Master, 1 hour." "All right, stop being so wishy-washy like a woman. Which button is the one that adds the other 8 cylinders?" G just suddenly felt like he was on a pirate ship. He speechlessly pointed to a button on the steering wheel. It was the first time in his life that someone said he was like a woman. Chi-Yu secretly laughed in his heart. If Jida knew that he didn't even have a driver's license, he didn't know what he would think. It wasn't that he didn't want to get a driver's license, but it cost money and it wasn't cheap. Jida's off-road vehicle suddenly rushed forward. Chi-Yu's foot seemed to be unable to step on the gas pedal. When he saw that he was about to reach the red light in front of him, he forcefully stepped on the brake. The tires screeched and suddenly made a right turn. "Slow down, master, slow down." Jida listened to the screeching of his precious car and closed his eyes in pain. However, he had to admit that Chi-Yu's driving skills were extremely skilled. His movements were very fast, and the gear changes were like moving clouds and flowing water. The car's speed was always maintained at a high level, and it constantly weaved through the traffic. Fortunately, Jida's car had a military license plate, so he didn't encounter any police cars along the way. It only took Chi-Yu 20 minutes to drive from Longyu Courtyard, which was next to the airport highway, to the second ring road in Beijing. At 9 o'clock, the road conditions weren't very good. Even if it was Jida himself, it would be best to drive at this speed. With a screech, the off-road vehicle steadily stopped under an overpass on the east side of the second ring road. Chi-Yu said excitedly, "Awesome, it's really F***ing awesome. A good car is really different. Jida, your front and rear differential locks bring stability like a car. You must have installed a balance bar. Also, your car's chassis can actually rise and fall according to the speed." "Not bad, that's even better." As he spoke, he had already opened the door and jumped out of the car. Ming Ming sat in the car and smiled bitterly. "Brother, why do I feel that agreeing to lend him the car was a very wrong decision?" Jida said, "I think so too, but I've already lent it. Anyway, it's only an hour. Now, I just hope that the master doesn't crash my car." As they spoke, they looked out of the car at Chi-Yu. Only then did they realize that there were already more than 10 cars gathered on the roadside under the overpass. These cars didn't look high-end, but from the exaggerated large enclosure and tail fins, as well as the colorful colors, it was clear that these cars had been modified. The engine hummed from time to time, bringing a burst of blood-boiling sound. Jida saw that Chi-Yu had walked to some of the people gathered and said something. Then he turned back and pointed to his car. Suddenly, the bad premonition in his heart became stronger. Chi-Yu used his body to block Jida's line of sight. His hands were in front of his body, and he didn't know what he was doing. From the disdainful gazes of those guys with dyed hair and obviously not decent people, Jida suddenly understood something. After a while, Chi-Yu returned. He sat back in the car and fastened his seatbelt. He laughed and said, "This time, I'm going to let them know how powerful I am." Ming Ming said, "Chi-Yu, what are you doing here?" Chi-Yu put a cigarette in his mouth and lit it. He handed one to Suda and said, "You still haven't come out?" "Of course, it's to race. In the past, I could only ride in other people's cars. Don't look at their ordinary appearance. The modifications are also very exaggerated. Each of them has a supercharger, and there are even twin turbines. They're very fierce. Today, I'm going to fight out with them. Have you heard of 13th Wong on the second ring? It's that blonde over there. However, he's still not a true master. That woman over there with earrings is the most fierce here. She once set a record of more than 8 minutes for one lap on the second ring. Today, she's my target." "Master, that won't do. 8 minutes for one lap on the second ring. How fast is that? No matter what, the second ring is dozens of kilometers." Jida looked at the excited Chi-Yu and immediately knew something was wrong. Chi-Yu snorted and said, "A man has to keep his word. We agreed on 1 hour. There are still 40 minutes left." Chiyu ignored Suda and drove to the back of the dozen cars. He seemed very focused, as if he were participating in an F1 Grand Prix. When the time reached 10 o'clock, there was a huge roar under the overpass. More than a dozen cars rushed into the second ring road at high speed. Although the second ring road at 10 o'clock was no longer congested, it definitely couldn't compare to the feeling of a highway. The sudden jump of more than a dozen cars immediately caused a screech of brakes. Chiyu switched to the lowest gear and slammed his foot on the accelerator. His right foot stamped on the accelerator and brake at the same time. The steering wheel turned, and Jida's off-road vehicle suddenly emitted a squeal. It moved sideways and entered the innermost lane. Then, under the effect of Chiyu's low gear and big accelerator, his speed was no slower than the other cars. Seeing that he couldn't stop Chiyu, Jida had to fasten his seatbelt and calmly observe the situation in front of him. As Chiyu said, the most powerful person was the dinosaur-like girl with colorful clothes. Her red car, whose original model was unknown, rushed to the first place. After a few beautiful intersections, she had already overtaken several cars and rushed out. Chi-Yu's eyes glowed brightly. As the car sped up, he followed the cars in front of him, weaving in and out. There were a few times when he nearly rear-ended a car, but he managed to pull the car back by stepping on the brakes. As he drove, he excitedly said, "You guys don't know, but racing is my favorite pastime. But it's too difficult to drive these guys' cars. Every time, I have to spend a lot of money to have fun. This time, I must step on all of them." He was so excited that he didn't even notice the ashes falling on him. As the car swayed left and right quickly, Ming Ming's face became a little pale. Although Jida, who had been trained for a long time, didn't feel anything, when he heard the violent sound of the tires, his facial muscles twitched. He secretly prayed in his heart, "Master, you have to be merciful." The speed of the car continued to increase. The red car in the front had already left Chiyu and the others behind by 200 to 300 meters. Although Jida was distressed about his car, he couldn't help but admire it. Although he didn't like the girl, her driving skills were at least at a professional level. She grasped all the opportunities to overtake the car just right. In comparison, Chiyu was a little worse. Just when Jida thought that Chiyu couldn't win, the car suddenly tilted to the side, startling Jida. If it wasn't for the seat belt holding his huge body in place, he was afraid that he would have hit the side. He was surprised to see that his off-road car, under Chiyu's control, suddenly rushed out from the innermost lane and directly rushed to the outermost lane. Moreover, the car didn't stop, but directly rushed to the shoulder of the road. In an instant, Jida suddenly understood what Chiyu meant. The shoulder of the road was used for emergency parking. Under normal circumstances, no one would drive there. And now, Chiyu was fighting for his life. The next moment, he saw Chiyu press the button that he mentioned. From 4 cylinders directly to 12, coupled with the effect of mechanical supercharging, a strong sense of pushing back was felt. The off-road car fiercely rushed forward like a rocket launcher. In just 4 or 5 seconds, it had gone from 120 to 200. It should be known that although those modified cars could also reach this speed, it would take a long time to accelerate. The performance of the 12 cylinders was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. It was absolutely impossible to feel this kind of feeling without experiencing a high speed of more than 200 miles per hour. The scenery on the side of the second ring road suddenly changed. The scenery that should have been parallel suddenly seemed to be tilted upwards. The scenery seemed to be somewhat distorted. The speed of the off-road car continued to increase. It seemed that in just a few breaths, Chiyu suddenly passed the red car, which was originally in first place, through the shoulder of the road and rushed to the front. Because of his nervousness, Chiyu's hands were already covered with sweat. His eyes were fixed on everything in front of him, and he was ready to react as quickly as possible. When an ordinary car reached a speed of 200 miles per hour, the control would obviously be a lot lower. If the steering wheel was suddenly turned, it was very likely that it would fly out diagonally. However, Jida's specially modified car was completely different. The speed increased, but the steering wheel became abnormally heavy and stable. No matter how Chiyu operated, the whole car seemed to be one with his car, and it easily reached the goal he wanted to achieve. Because of the high speed, the chassis of the off-road car had been reduced to the level of a car. Chiyu fiercely weaved a few times, and with a high speed of 200 miles per hour, he had already left his opponents behind. The race was still going on. If Jida hadn't taken the cigarette but from Chiyu's mouth, he probably wouldn't have even known that it had burned his mouth. This feeling of speed could definitely make people's blood boil. The traffic in front of them gradually increased. Although Chiyu was working hard, he had to slow down. From the rearview mirror, he could see that the red car behind him had already caught up with him. However, this did not cause Chiyu to worry. The explosive acceleration of the MW 12-cylinder engine, coupled with the mechanical supercharge, was too strong. Whenever the car driven by the eighth sister of the second ring road approached Chiyu, as soon as it encountered a straight road, Chiyu suddenly accelerated, and the car could suddenly rush out, pulling away in the blink of an eye. Dozens of kilometers was not considered short, but with the way Chiyu and the others drove, the victory and defeat of the second ring road was indeed decided in a few short minutes. When the off-road car steadily stopped under the overpass, Chiyu glanced at the car's watch. A full 8 minutes, not a second more, not a second less. Faint smoke rose up from the car's surroundings. The brakes were already smoking because of the high heat caused by Chiyu's rampage. Fortunately, the brake pads of Jida's car were made of special ceramic, so there was no heat exhaustion. It should be known that the weight of this off-road car reached an astonishing 3 tons. To brake suddenly required a very large force, especially in the case of high speed. When Chiyu jumped out of the car again, Jida couldn't wait to return to the driver's seat. He swore in his heart that no matter what Chiyu said in the future, he would never lend the car to this lunatic again. With his feet on the ground, Chiyu's legs were a little weak, and his body slightly swayed. Only then did he walk to the side of the road, lit a cigarette again, and smoked hard to calm his raging heartbeat. He was gasping for air. Although it was only 8 minutes, the high mental tension made him consume a lot of energy. By the time Chiyu took his first puff, the red car had already returned. A few minutes later, over 10 cars arrived one after another. This time, Jida finally saw it clearly. Chiyu actually took a stack of money from each of them. The expressions of those people when they looked at the off-road car were no longer contemptuous, but full of shock. He didn't know why, but at this time the blood in Jida's body was constantly boiling. He wished that he was the one who was racing just now. Chiyu consciously got into the car from the front passenger seat. Before he could steady himself, Ming Ming had already grabbed his ear and said angrily, "Chiyu, give me an explanation. You actually used my brother's car to gamble?" Surprisingly, Chiyu didn't resist, and his face was full of satisfaction. "That's great, Ming Ming. Don't you think it's great?" Ming Ming's face alternated between green and white. She suddenly pushed open the door beside her, jumped out of the car, and vomited. She almost threw up everything she had eaten that night. If she didn't have the physique of a Zodiac warrior, she probably wouldn't have been able to endure until now. The probability of a girl getting carsick was very high, not to mention such a crazy car race. "Ming Ming, are you okay?" Chiyu patted Ming Ming's back with concern. "Wow." Ming Ming spat out and glared at Chiyu. "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you're dead meat." Chiyu touched his nose and said, "You heard it too. That female Tyrannosaurus Brua said that she would only give me a job during the winter break. With my current appetite, I'm afraid I'll starve to death by then. How can I not think of a way to earn some money?" It turned out that before the race started, he had bet all of his remaining 2,000 yuan. Because of the prestige of the second ring 8 sister, he received a ratio of 1 to 10. This time he made a lot of money. Ming Ming took the tissue from Jida and wiped her mouth. Didn't I tell you that I'll pay for your food first? Can't you pay me back later? Chi Yu smiled indifferently and said, If I can make a living with my own ability, I will never rely on a woman. I'm a man. Jida, I'm sorry for ravaging your precious car, but I promise that this is the first and last time. When I have a job in the future, I won't play this game anymore. This is the last time I race. Using this kind of situation to bid farewell to this place that used to make me yearn for my dreams can be considered a good ending. Maybe you guys don't know, but this used to be my favorite place. I used to come here every day. Even if I couldn't drive, just watching them race was a kind of enjoyment. But now, I don't have the right to enjoy these things anymore. Speaking up to this point, he took a deep puff of his cigarette. His eyes revealed a faint trace of sadness, just like when he first walked out of the villa. Ming Ming's heart softened. She shook her head helplessly and said, I hope you remember what you said. This is the last time. Chi Yu looked at Ming Ming and said, I rarely make promises. I'm a hooligan, a ruffian, but I'm not a person who goes back on his word. After saying this, he threw the cigarette butt on the ground and used his foot to twist it. Then he went back to Jida's car. Only when he completely said goodbye to the old could he become a new Chi Yu. Until today, Chi Yu had completely integrated himself into the king of the Zodiac, the inheritor of Kirin. His personality hadn't changed, but his original personality had gained a feeling that he had never felt before, and that was responsibility. He had to be responsible for himself. He had to be responsible for the noble bloodline of Kirin that had been passed down. After returning to Qingbei University, Jida bade farewell to Chi Yu and Ming Ming. He threw a Chunghwa cigarette to Chi Yu. Chi Yu didn't refuse, because he saw from Jida's eyes that Vol had looked at him. That was the exchange of glances between brothers. Brothers don't need to thank each other. Ming Ming found it strange that the moment the Chunghwa cigarette entered Chi Yu's hand, it suddenly disappeared. She didn't know where he kept it. Qingbei University seemed very quiet at night. Although the school's gate was already closed, it wasn't difficult for Ming Ming to bring Chi Yu over the wall with her strength. The weather in October already had a slight taste of winter. A light breeze blew, bringing a burst of cool air. Chi Yu stretched his waist and took in big mouthfuls of fresh air. So refreshing. Ming Ming, don't you think so? Ming Ming appeared to be very refined. She followed beside Chi Yu and walked beside the lake in Qingbei University's campus, enjoying the rare tranquility. It is very comfortable. It's a pity that I have to leave tomorrow. When I return, the greenery here has already withered. Chi Yu said with a smile, Did you read too many romance novels? In my eyes, Ming Ming is a lively girl. Don't be so sentimental. I won't be used to it. Ming Ming glared at Chi Yu and said, There's no atmosphere at all. You are just a ruffian. Chi Yu revealed a lecherous look. He looked at Ming Ming's slender thighs and said, How can there be atmosphere here? It can only be in the room. Ming Ming, you can't have fallen for me, right? Ming Ming's face turned red. She said snappily, You might as well go and die. I like pigs, but I won't like a ruffian like you. Chi Yu pretended to be surprised. Oh my God! It turns out that our beautiful Ming Ming actually likes pigs. So it's like this. Then I have no chance. Chapter 24. Chi Yu was stunned for a moment, and his smile became a little forced. How have I changed? Have I changed for the better or worse? Ming Ming shook her head and said, I can't say for sure, but I feel that you're no longer the ruffian you used to be. Although you still look at pretty girls lecherously, something in your bones has changed a little. Really? Why didn't I feel that? Could it be that I've become less lecherous recently? Hee, Ming Ming, do you want me to prove it to you? As he said that, he made a standard breast-grabbing dragon claw and made a posture of pouncing on Ming Ming. Can you be more serious? Ming Ming glared at Chi Yu and really wanted to kick him into the lake. Chi Yu felt wronged and said, How can I be serious when I walk with such a beautiful girl like you? Have you heard of a joke? A man and a woman were in the same room in the middle of the night. The man slept with the woman, and the next day the woman called him a beast and ran away crying. Ming Ming blushed and said, "What the hell? It's so unpleasant." Chiyu laughed and said, again they had another chance to be in the same room. This time the man was well behaved and didn't touch the woman. As a result, the next morning the woman scolded him again. She ran away crying. Guess what she scolded? Ming Ming was stunned and said, "How would I know?" Chiyu laughed and said, "That woman said that you're worse than a beast." Ming Ming was stunned at first, but then she understood what Chiyu meant. She raised her leg and kicked Chiyu's, but shyly. "Go to hell." Chiyu laughed. Ming Ming naturally didn't use any strength in that kick. He ran forward and said, "Under this beautiful scenery, I'm in a poetic mood." He couldn't help but want to write a poem. The name of the poem is The Story of Ming Ming and the Pig. "How dare you?" Ming Ming angrily chased after Chiyu. Chiyu ran around a few trees and joked, "Why not? Listen, the moonlight of the lotus pond floats on the water." Piglet hugged Ming Ming's waist. It was clearly a flick of the leg. A piggy on the waist, F***CK, sex. Ah, she murdered her husband. Plop. Chiyu was finally kicked into the ice-cold lake by Ming Ming, who had caught up to him, under the influence of his perverted mouth. A few bubbles appeared on the surface of the water. After Chiyu's last cry of surprise, there wasn't even a struggle before there was no sound. Ming Ming was blushing from Chiyu's poem, but her expression changed immediately. She cried out, "Doesn't he know how to swim?" Almost without any hesitation, she immediately jumped down. The lake water was ice-cold and clear. After jumping into the lake, Ming Ming couldn't help but shiver. But she couldn't care about this anymore. She immediately searched for Chiyu in the lake water. Under the combination of embarrassment and anxiety, she was already a little flustered. Suddenly, a pair of big hands hugged Ming Ming's waist from behind. Just as Ming Ming was about to dive down again, she felt a gust of hot air beside her ear. "So you care about me so much?" This joking voice came from Chiyu. "You quickly let go of me." Although Ming Ming was startled, her nervous mood immediately relaxed. "I'm not letting go. It wasn't easy to find a chance. Who asked you to kick me down? Don't you think that my poem was very good? It's so rhyming. You're so annoying. Go and die. How can your crooked poem rhyme?" As Ming Ming spoke, she struggled, but she didn't know why. Maybe it was because of the coldness of the water. Leaning against Chiyu's embrace gave her a warm and safe feeling. Her struggle also became symbolic. Chiyu gently moved his waist and repeated his poem. "I realize that being a pig isn't bad." Ming Ming swings her leg. "The pig pushes against my waist. Before he could say the word fuck, his mouth was covered by Ming Ming, who turned around. It was autumn now. The two of them didn't have many clothes on. When Ming Ming turned around, because she was hugged by Chiyu, her plump upper body immediately pressed against his chest. Their eyes met under the bright moonlight. Ming Ming's gaze seemed to be a little flustered, but when she saw Chiyu's clear gaze, she was a little stunned. The two of them just looked at each other, as if they had forgotten about time. "Why aren't you going up?" When Ming Ming felt that her lower abdomen was pressed against by something, she suddenly woke up from her daze. She hurriedly pushed Chiyu away and went up to the shore as if she was escaping. Chiyu soaked in the cold lake water. He smelled the faint fragrance. He thought to himself that it felt so good to hug a beauty. Unfortunately, such an opportunity might not come again in the future. Ming Ming went up to the shore. Fortunately, she was wearing trousers today, so something more embarrassing did not happen. She sat on a rock by the lake and hugged her curvy chest. Her heartbeat kept rising, and even her ears were blushing. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you must have seen a pig run. You could imagine what was below just now. It was the first time that Ming Ming was so intimate with a man. At this time, Ming Ming couldn't help but think of Chi Yu's joke. If he insisted on not letting go of her, or if he violated her, what would she do? Although it was close contact, that ruffian just hugged her and did not do anything improper. Could it be that he was worse than a beast in the joke? Oh my God! Gee, Ming Ming, what are you thinking in your head? With a splash, Chi Yu also got out of the water and sat next to Ming Ming. He reached out to take off his shirt and twisted it hard, making a sound of water. Ming Ming's position happened to see Chi Yu's back. Perhaps because of the excitement of his body just now, the black and silver Kirin pattern had clearly appeared on his body. It was a perfect pattern. Even if it was just a tattoo, it was definitely the best work of art. Looking at Chi Yu's body that seemed to have become stronger, as well as the black and silver Qilin pattern, Ming Ming's consciousness couldn't help but become a little hazy, especially the purple, blue, red, and green necklace around his neck. It seemed to add a bit of a noble aura. Ming Ming, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Chi Yu put the clothes that he wrung dry on his shoulder. He asked tentatively. Previously, when he was kicked into the lake by Ming Ming, he held his breath because it was fun. He deliberately sank into the lake to see how Ming Ming would react. But he never expected that Ming Ming would not hesitate at all and immediately jump into the cold lake. At that moment, in Chi Yu's eyes, Ming Ming had become a holy fairy. From her, Chi Yu felt the feeling of family. That was why he threw away the concept of status in his heart and hugged Ming Ming. He didn't intend to violate Ming Ming. He just felt comfortable hugging her at that time. Not only was it comfortable physically, but more importantly, it came from his heart. Ming Ming glanced at Chi Yu, but didn't say anything. Her body trembled slightly. Ah, I just entered the water. If the wind blows on me again, I'll get cold. Let's go back to the dormitory. Chi Yu also felt a little cold. Ming Ming lowered her head and said, How can we go back like this? If Qing'er and Sister Yin see this, what will they think? But the wind is blowing here. You'll catch a cold. You still have to go to Saint Buddha Temple tomorrow. It's all my fault. Chi Yu was a little embarrassed and turned around on the spot. He wanted to put his clothes on Ming Ming, but the clothes in his hands were also wet. He was afraid that it wouldn't be effective. Ming Ming was still sitting there with her legs in front of her chest and her hands around her knees. She lowered her head and said nothing. However, the trembling of her body became even more obvious. She didn't know why, but at this time, Ming Ming didn't want to use the ascending cloud incantation to get rid of the cold. It seemed that this cold feeling could make her heart calmer and clearer. Just when Ming Ming felt the cold rising and didn't know what to do, suddenly, 2 bronze-colored arms wrapped around her from behind. A warm feeling came from outside the cold cloth on her back. Her petite body entered a warm embrace. The pair of outstretched arms wrapped around her hand, bringing her closer to the warmth of the chest. The original cold suddenly decreased a lot. The constant warmth was only separated by the thin cloth on her body. It made Ming Ming's calmed heart beat even more violently than before. Like this, you shouldn't feel cold. Let's go back after your clothes are dry. Now that there are fewer clothes, it will be easier to dry. Chi Yu didn't mean to tease her. It seemed like he was talking about a very ordinary thing. The faint warmth kept coming. Chi Yu let go of the hand that was holding Ming Ming. He turned his wrist, and a ball of fire lit up. It immediately brought some warmth to the front of them. It was the fire attribute, Kirin, thundercloud force that he had just recovered. Looking at the faint fire in front of her, Ming Ming suddenly felt the temperature on Chi Yu's chest increasing. A scorching stream of air directly entered her body. It made her feel so comfortable that she couldn't help but moan. You, what is on your chest? Chi smiled and said, It is one of the 3 treasures of Kirin that I got today. It is called Kirin Red. It is on the chest of my Kirin pattern. It has a very strong fire attribute energy. It can emit heat just by slightly activating it. Do you feel warmer? Not only did Ming Ming's body become warmer, but the thundercloud force in her body also seemed to be boiling under the stimulation of the heat. It kept circulating. The Kirin aura that was emitted from Chi Yu's body kept seeping into her pores, causing the thundercloud force in her body to circulate. It was definitely a wonderful feeling. Compared to usual cultivation, the speed was much faster, and there was no need to deliberately control it. The ascending cloud technique that Ming Ming cultivated came from the same source as Chi Yu's ascending Qilin technique. Under the effect of the Kirin aura, the ascending cloud technique could naturally play a greater role. Under such stimulation, Ming Ming's six senses continued to strengthen. She felt Chi Yu's steady heartbeat and felt his breath on her shoulder. The two were only separated by a piece of cloth, but they were so intimately touching each other. A faint, strange feeling kept rising. Chi Yu also felt comfortable. The feeling of hugging a beautiful woman was wonderful, not to mention a beautiful woman like Ming Ming. It was something that he didn't even dare to think about before. He didn't know why, but after coming back from the Dragon Field courtyard, the inferiority he felt when facing Ming Ming had disappeared. Ming Ming didn't seem so unreachable anymore. Although he didn't think about his relationship with Ming Ming, hugging Ming Ming's delicate body like this was indeed a very comfortable thing. "Who is it?" While Chi Yu was intoxicated, Ming Ming suddenly shouted. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she looked to the other side of the lake. Chi Yu also subconsciously looked in that direction, but he only saw a patch of darkness. There was no one there. Ming Ming struggled out of Chi Yu's embrace. Her originally short black hair had 2 strands of red hair. Her eyes flashed and she let out a sharp sound. The sound was condensed and didn't dissipate. It was like a sharp needle piercing in a direction. Qingbei University was still silent. Ming Ming's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Chi Yu stood beside her and said in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "Ming Ming." Ming Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. It seemed like someone was looking at us. Although he hid his aura very well, I'm a chicken Zodiac. I have a very strong sense of aura. When you released the flame from your hand, I clearly felt a trace of aura fluctuation. If it wasn't like that, I wouldn't have been able to sense his existence. This is an expert. He hid very well and ran very fast. Chi Yu, you better come with us to St. Buddha Temple. Perhaps this person is coming for you. Chi Yu shook his head and said, "No, I'm not going with you. It's useless even if I go. In any case, in the eyes of Hai Ryue, I'm also a trash." Ming Ming turned around and looked at Chi Yu, who was still naked. Her eyes revealed a trace of complicated emotions. "Don't undervalue yourself. I believe that you will become stronger. Let's go back. I don't feel safe here. If you're really being targeted by someone, then we definitely can't leave you alone in Qingbei." Facing Chi Yu, she saw the red scale on Chi Yu's chest. To be precise, the location of the scale was between Chi Yu's chest and abdomen. It was the chest area of the Kirin pattern. The sparkling and translucent red light was burning like a fire. It was very clear in the dark night. Chi Yu opened his arms to hug. Ming Ming hurriedly stretched out her hands to block Chi Yu's chest. "Don't. What are you doing?" Chi Yu said with a calm face. "It's not like I haven't hugged before. I'm just helping you to keep warm." Ming Ming snorted unhappily. "You ruffian only know how to bully me. Go back." Saying that, she gently pushed Chi Yu away and quickly walked towards the dormitory. "Ming Ming, you're not really angry, are you?" Chi Yu hurriedly chased after her and followed Ming Ming back to the dormitory. When their figures gradually disappeared into the darkness, a faint black shadow appeared at the place where Ming Ming was looking at. Because it was in the shadow, it was impossible to see his appearance. A deliberately suppressed voice sounded. "He appeared. He really appeared. What should I do? I actually met him here. Could it be that this is the beginning of another fate?" The black shadow flashed and floated away at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. When his figure passed through the moonlight, it revealed a fiery red light. Ming Ming and Chi Yu quietly returned to the dormitory. As soon as they entered the door, Ming Ming went straight back to her room. Chi Yu didn't go looking for trouble and also went back to his room. Closing the door behind him, he subconsciously touched the Kirin pearl on his chest. A faint feeling of energy spread out. Chi Yu's eyes once again revealed sadness. The first thing he took out was the Chunghwa cigarette that Jida gave him, followed by the money he won from racing. Finally, the dark red cloak, Kirin Invisibility. He carefully wore Kirin Invisibility on his body, covering every part of his body. Kirin Invisibility seemed to be specially made for him. The length just covered his feet. The symbol of the Kirin clan, Kirin's 8 treasures, appeared. Chi Yu knew that for him, the 3 Kirin treasures that he obtained today were too important. The 3 Qilin treasures he had obtained today were simply too important. With them, his strength would definitely increase by a large margin. Of course, this would also be established on the basis of continuous cultivation. Stroking the radiant Kirin Invisibility, Chi Yu couldn't help but think of Ming Ming. Was his joke today a little too much? After all, Ming Ming only regarded him as a friend. Tomorrow they would go to St. Buddha Temple. No one could predict what would happen in 3 months. He hoped that they would have a safe journey. At this point, Chi Yu suddenly thought of Vol and hurriedly picked up the phone on the table. He quickly picked up the phone on the table and dialed Vol's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Vol's hazy voice was full of sleepiness. "Who is it? It's so late. Is there something wrong with you?" Chi Yu said in a low voice, "Rat, it's me." Hearing Chi Yu's voice, Vol suddenly woke up a little. "Boss, why are you calling me so late?" Chi Yu said, "Tomorrow you may go to St. Buddha Temple together. I'm calling to remind you." "What, tomorrow? Isn't it supposed to be winter vacation?" Vol was a little surprised. Chi Yu said, "They will tell you the reason tomorrow. Hai Ruiwa, that Tyrannosaurus Rex, has always been resourceful. Naturally, he will find a way to get you out. Rat, I'm just telling you that if you want to become stronger and get the woman you love, then you have to put in more effort than others. I think you understand it very well. Among the Zodiac guardian gods, you are the youngest and the weakest among the 6 Zodiac guardian gods that have appeared." Vol was silent for a while before he said, "Boss, I understand what you mean." After witnessing the battle between Modi and Ming Ming, coupled with Ming Ming's explanation, he also had a certain understanding of the special system of the Zodiac guardian gods. Chi Yu's meaning was clear. He was telling him that if he wanted to be with his beloved teacher Modi, then he must have enough strength. "Boss, I have been thinking about it these days. Do you think teacher Modi and I are suitable for each other? Do I have a chance?" Chi Yu was stunned for a moment. He deeply felt the helplessness in Vol's words. He said firmly, "Good brother, no matter what, I will stand by your side. Age is not a gap. As long as you put in your heart and work hard, I think you will succeed." Vol was a little emotional. "Boss, I think so too. I have seen many beautiful women, but none of them can make me yearn for them day and night like teacher Modi. I'm ugly and fat like a ball. I always have a feeling of inferiority in front of her. I really like her. What should I do?" Chi Yu thought for a moment and said, "This is a very good opportunity. This time we'll go to St. Buddha Temple for about 3 months. You must make good use of this time. I think if a man wants to attract a woman's attention, he must first show his ability to surpass others. Therefore, as I said, work hard to practice the ascending cloud art and become a qualified Zodiac warrior. This is the foundation of your success." "I understand. Boss, I will work hard." "You also have to work hard. Sister Ming Ming is very good." Chi Yu was stunned for a moment. "Me and Ming Ming are just ordinary friends. There is really nothing between us." Vol laughed and said, "As if I believe you. Boss, I don't know others, but don't I know you? A beauty like Sister Ming Ming is at least at the level of lament in your heart. If you don't make a move, you will not be yourself. Chi Yu said with a bitter smile, if I really meet a beauty of this level, it will not be as easy as you think. Vol said, Boss, no matter how difficult it is for you, it can't be more difficult than me chasing Teacher Modi. Even I have confidence, why don't you? Chi Yu said with a low smile, you don't understand this. My energy is limited. Now there's so many beauties, I can't give up the whole forest for a tree. I am a man of universal love. Well, you go to bed early. Tomorrow morning, Ming Ming will find you. After saying this, Chi Yu directly hung up the phone. In fact, Vol's last sentence touched him a lot. Yes, even Vol can work hard for Modi, who is so far away from him. Why can't I go after Ming Ming? He shook his head hard. Forget it, these things are not important now. I will think about it when I have the ability to defend Kiran's dignity. Chi Yu has always been a person who can take it easy. Today, listening to Xie Zhi's story of Kiran, he was greatly touched. He no longer felt sad because of emotional things. He took off his wet clothes, sat on the bed, and began another practice. The thundercloud force was obviously much more tangible than the aura. Last time when he tried to practice, Chi Yu could only feel the general path of his aura. This time his thundercloud force had recovered on its own. The 4 colors of purple, blue, red, and cyan appeared very clearly in the blood vessels in his body. Every time it flowed, he could clearly see its trajectory. A warm feeling flowed in front of his chest. Every time the Kiran bead changed color, Chi Yu could feel an aura merging with the thundercloud force in his body. Under the stimulation of the Kiran bead, the speed of the 4-color thundercloud force's operation increased significantly. This was not the most surprising thing. What was more wonderful was that every time the thundercloud force operated, it would automatically absorb the molecular energy in the air through the pores. It could be clearly seen that the tiny light spots of the 4 colors were constantly combined with the thundercloud force in his body. Although there was no obvious strengthening of the thundercloud force, Chi Yu felt that this practice was obviously much stronger than when he first started practicing the Qilin Ascension technique. Gradually, Chi Yu was completely immersed in the wonderful process of practicing. In the situation of multitasking, on one hand, he practiced the thundercloud force. On the other hand, he was always paying attention to the changes of the Kiran bead and thinking about the Kiran skills that he barely remembered yesterday. He was not in a hurry to practice the Kiran stunt. Through his understanding of Kiran's ability, he knew that the thundercloud force was the foundation of everything. Without a powerful thundercloud force as a backing, any skill could not exert its original ability. Therefore, what he needed most now was to make his thundercloud force stronger. Cultivation often sped up time. By the time Chi Yu awoke from his meditative state, it was already the next morning. He moved his energetic body, changed into clean clothes, and walked out of the room. As soon as he went out, Chi Yu found that he was late. There was breakfast on the table in the hall, but there was no one in the dormitory. Perhaps it was to avoid Chi Yu, but Ming Ming had left long ago. Su Qing and Xin Yun had classes in the morning, so they also left. Chi Yu thought that since he was already late, he might as well not go to class today. Anyway, the university's management was not strict. With his homework foundation, he was afraid that no matter how hard he worked, he would not be able to learn anything. After eating breakfast, he lit a cigarette for himself and took a few deep puffs. There was an indescribable feeling of relaxation. He walked to the window of the dormitory and looked out. At this time, Qingbei University was very quiet. Most of the students had gone to class, and there were only a few students who had no classes walking around in the dormitory area. Fresh air came from the open window, blowing Chi Yu's somewhat messy long hair. Chi Yu looked at his naked upper body. He discovered that the muscles on his body seemed to have some lines, and his movements seemed to have more power. With the Kirin pearl on his neck, his cultivation was clearly much faster. Moreover, it seemed that the cultivation technique he practiced had also changed. It was a change in essence. As for what the Kirin Pearl could bring, it would need time to verify. Just as he finished smoking the cigarette in his hand, his phone rang. "Grandpa, grandson has a call." Hearing this strange ringtone, Chi-Yu could not help but reveal a trace of a smile, and hurriedly returned to his room to pick up his phone. "Who is it?" "Chi-Yu, it's me." Although the cold voice came from the phone, it still could not help but make Chi-Yu shiver. Other than T-Rex, there was no one who could make him feel this way. "What? T-Rex?" Chi-Yu asked lazily. "Hi, Ryua," said, slightly angrily. "I have a name. Next time I hear you call me that, I'll smash your mouth." Chi-Yu frowned and moved the phone away from his ear. "Enough! Don't throw your tyrannical temper at me. If you have something to say, quickly say it." "Hi," Ryua said. "Ming Ming and the other 3 have already left, and I have also informed Master Zagru. I heard from Ming Ming that there seem to be some unstable factors in the Qingbei region. Come out of the school now. I'll pick you up at the school gate and bring you to see someone." Chi-Yu stared blankly and said, "See who?" "Hi, Ryua," said coldly. "Ming Ming has left, and there must be someone to protect you. He is the most suitable candidate. He is the tiger that you have not seen yet." "Tiger? All right, I'll come out immediately." Towards a Zodiac guardian warrior that he had not seen before, Chi-Yu immediately became interested. How good would it be if this was also a beauty? I hope it's not a tigress. Chapter 25. Hai Ryua had always been swift and decisive. When Chi-Yu arrived at the school gate, she was already waiting in the top sports car. Chi-Yu directly got into the passenger seat. Hai Ryua did not say anything. With a roar of the accelerator, the Lamborghini Batmobile sped out. The momentary feeling reminded Chi-Yu of the scene when he was racing yesterday. The car was heading for the inner city. As the traffic increased, Hai Ryua had to slow down. Chi-Yu could not help but ask, "That Bao no Ryua, is tiger a man or a woman? Was she also a great beauty? Is it a tigress?" Hai Ryua glanced at him and said briefly, "It's a man." Chi-Yu could not help but feel a little disappointed. It's a man. Boring. Tigers were known for their ferocity. The Zodiac guardian tiger was probably even fiercer than Jida. At the thought of meeting a strong man, he could not help but feel a little bored. About 20 minutes later, Hai Ryua stopped in front of a 5-star hotel. "What are you doing here?" Chi-Yu asked as he followed Hai Ryua out of the car. Hai Ryua said he lives here. Of course he is here. Tiger is not from the capital. He is originally from the south. Yesterday, because he received the notice of the exchange meeting, I specially called him to come here by plane. As she spoke, the 2 of them had already entered the 5-star hotel. This was the first time that Chi-Yu had come to such a high-end hotel. He could not help looking around, especially paying attention to the gap above the thighs of the waiters. For a moment his eyes were full of lust. Fortunately, there was Hai Ryua next to him. He still had some sense of propriety and did not make any sound of swallowing saliva. Hai Ryua took Chi-Yu to a cafe on the side of the hotel lobby. He found a quiet corner and sat down. He took out a small mobile phone from his handbag and dialed a number. "We're here. You can come down now." After saying that, he didn't even seem to hear the other party's reply. He hung up the phone. "2 glasses of Blue Mountain," Hai Ryua said to the waiter. "Chi-Yu, how do you know if I drink this?" Hai Ryua looked at him coldly and did not answer. Chi-Yu said, "Fine. Blue Mountain it is. I've never drunk it anyway." "Right. Ryua, what is the identity of this Zodiac tiger warrior? What abilities does he have?" Hai Ryua looked at him and said, "The full power of each Zodiac warrior." They were the only ones who knew. The tiger's name was Su Dong. He was the current successor of the Su family in Jiangsu province. At the age of 21, he received a double master's degree in finance and foreign trade. After finishing his studies, he did not return to his family to work. Instead, he traveled around the world, accomplishing nothing. These 3 words were enough to describe him. What 3 words? Ryu looked behind Chiyu and said, "Prodigal." Chiyu's curiosity was piqued again. If the tiger was a very orthodox person, he would feel awkward. But after hearing Ryu's introduction, he felt like a bosom friend. Anyway, they were not good people. A ruffian and a prodigal. It was a good combination. "Ryua, long time no see. You don't have to insult me in front of our boss, right? No matter what, I'm still a handsome guy." A voice came from behind Chiyu. Hearing this voice, Chiyu could not help but be stunned. It was not as loud or deep as he had imagined. This voice sounded a little soft. It was very pleasant to listen to. There was a hint of laziness and elegance in the voice. He could not help but turn around to look. A man who was about the same height as Chiyu walked to the seat beside them and sat down. He had a pair of big bright eyes and looked about 26 or 27 years old. His eyebrows were very thick and he looked very energetic. What caught Chiyu's attention the most was that he had a pair of sideburns, which made him look more elegant, a well-ironed suit, and a harmless smile. No matter who saw this handsome face, their first impression would be very good. The sideburns man extended his right hand to Chiyu and said, "Hello, I'm Sudong." Chiyu shook hands with Sudong and looked at Ryua in confusion. "He is the tiger?" Sudong smiled and said in his soft voice, "Why? Do I not look like him?" Chiyu shook his head and said, "It's different from what I imagined. Don't you represent the tiger? The tiger should be very domineering, the kind with the aura of a king. But why do I feel like you are a sissy?" The muscles on Sudong's face twitched a little, but he still maintained his smile and said, "Maybe. But I feel that a man's aura of a king should be placed in bed. That is the best time to show it. My motto is, who said that a sissy can't be lewd? Don't you think so? Big brother Kirin." Chi-Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he grabbed Sudong's hand again and said with a trembling voice, "Great minds think alike." From his first impression, this Zodiac tiger warrior with sideburns gave him a much better feeling than Ryua. Just his elegant aura without any arrogance gave Chiyu a good impression. Ryua snorted disdainfully and said, "The 2 of you are a perfect match. Wastrel and ruffian. Tiger, I've brought him here. From now on, the task of protecting him will be handed over to you until the end of the conference. I've already told you clearly on the phone yesterday. This conference can only rely on you, me and Mingming. I think you know what to do." Sudong smiled and said, "Isn't it enough to have you, the white dragon, as the host? Don't forget, our Zodiac guardian god has a history that no other family can compare to. Have you solved the problem of my identity?" Ryua took out a small wallet from her bag and threw it to him. "The information is all in there. With your knowledge, it shouldn't be a problem for you to be an assistant teacher. Teach finance. Remember, protecting Chiyu is your most important responsibility. Don't put your mind on things that shouldn't be." Sudong acted as if he didn't hear Ryua's words. His face revealed a smile that Chiyu was very familiar with. "That's right, being a teacher has an innate advantage." Ryua seemed to understand the meaning behind his words and said angrily, "Did you hear what I said? A wastrel like you, sooner or later, you will die on a woman's belly." Sudong maintained his elegant smile. "If that's the case, I wonder," as he said that. His eyes quickly swept over Ryua's flat stomach. Ryua's eyes flashed coldly. With a flick of her wrist, the spoon that was used to stir the coffee flew out without warning. Because it was too fast, it actually left a faint afterimage in the air. Sudong unhurriedly stretched out his right hand and caught the spoon. Smiling, he said, "Don't be like this. Ryua, if you are willing to marry me, even if I have to live 10 years less, I'm willing." Ryua snorted coldly. "Don't treat me as your girlfriend team that never has less than 50 people. Be careful that one day I will castrate you. You guys go back. I'm leaving first." Saying that, she picked up her bag and stood up. She didn't even take a sip of the Blue Mountain coffee. Looking at Hai Ryue's back as she left, Su Dong and Chi did the same. Their eyes stared fiercely at Hai Ryue's perfect buttocks. Okay, she's gone. It's so much better now. This Tyrannosaurus Rex. She doesn't even know how to change her temper. If anyone really marries her, I'm afraid that he will really live 10 years less. No, it should be immediate death. Using an elegant voice to say malicious words, Su Dong did not lose his composure at all. Chi, you couldn't help but admire him. Brother Su, I'll call you that from now on. Just now, Ryue said that you have a girlfriend team that never has less than 50 people. Is that true? Su Dong smiled and said, Kirin, of course it's fake. It's not as exaggerated as she said. Chi let out a long sigh and said, I think so too. How can anyone have 50 girlfriends? Su Dong's eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. Now there are only 49. I was just preparing to add 50, but I've been too busy lately. I really don't have the time. Puffed. Chi spat out the coffee he just drank. Oh my God. Su Dong looked around to make sure no one was paying attention. He said in a low voice, Kirin, don't forget that I'm Yin Hu. The tiger of the Zodiac has always been known as the Playboy Warrior. Don't you know that? Chi Yu was stunned. Lecherous tiger? No wonder. Well, Brother Su, can you teach your little brother a few moves? I don't even have a girlfriend right now. Su Dong smiled and said, This kind of thing can only be encountered by chance. But when there's an opportunity, you must grasp it. Especially when you meet a top-quality beauty. You can't let go of any opportunity. Oh, speaking of an opportunity has come. Look. Chi Yu followed his gaze and saw a woman walking in from outside the hotel. She was heading in the direction of the cafe. It seemed like she was waiting for someone. Chi Yu couldn't help but be somewhat dazed at the sight of this girl as a sense of familiarity rose within him. At this time, Su Dong had already stood up. He gave Chi Yu a look and walked over to the woman. At this time, the woman had already sat down at a seat by the window. Her eyes were looking out of the hotel. Chi Yu couldn't help but find it funny when he saw Su Dong sitting down opposite the woman. Because there was some distance between them, he couldn't hear what the two were talking about. Su Dong displayed his usual elegant manner and seemed to be happily chatting with the woman. After about 5 minutes, he stood up and took out a business card from his suit pocket and handed it to the woman. Only then did he return to Chi Yu's side. Do you know her? Chi Yu didn't wait for Su Dong to sit down and asked curiously. Su Dong smiled and said, Of course I don't know her. That's the standard. Look at how good her skin is. Her appearance and figure are all top-notch. She's definitely the best. I've already given her my business card. But this girl seems very pure. I've been talking to her for a long time, but I couldn't get her name out. It's really strange. Chi Yu asked curiously, Then how did you talk to her? Su Dong smiled and said, There are many methods. It's very simple. For example, pretend to recognize the wrong person or ask for the time, or pretend to have an identity. All of these can be easily approached. As for how to perform, it depends on the standard. Fortunately, I should have given her a good impression. If there's enough time, I have 50% confidence. It's a pity that I'm going to Qingbei with you. I hope your Qingbei University also has such a top quality. This time, Chi Yu revealed a smile on his face. Brother Su, it seems that your standard is still not good enough. It's easy to ask for the name of this top quality. I can even ask for her phone number and hold her hand. Do you believe it? Su Dong seemed to have gotten to know this Kirin, who didn't have an outstanding appearance. Oh, I didn't expect that you're also an expert. Then I'll have to see. If you can do it, I'll treat you to a feast. How about it? Chi Yu smiled mischievously and said, All right, it's settled then. But if we're going to have a feast, I still need to bring 2 people. Su Dong nodded and said, That's easy. "Brother, go quickly. When I asked her just now, she said that the person she was waiting for seemed to be coming. You don't have much time." Chi-Yu stood up confidently, smiled faintly, and walked towards the girl. Su-dong looked at Chi-Yu. He really couldn't believe that Kirin, who was obviously inferior to him in terms of appearance and behavior, could do something that even he couldn't do. Could it be that he wanted to force himself on her? That would go against the basic principles of the Casanova clan. There's nothing wrong with picking up a younger sister, but the key is to make the other party willing. Just when Su-dong was worried whether Chi-Yu would force himself on her, Chi-Yu had already walked to the place where he was previously sitting and sat down. The girl raised her head and looked at Chi-Yu. At first, she was stunned, but then a sweet smile immediately appeared on her face. That was the smile that Su-dong had used several gentle methods to not see before. It was a smile that came from the heart. Then, what made Su-dong dumbfounded was that Chi-Yu actually chatted with the girl. The way the two talked was actually a bit intimate, as if they already knew each other. In the meantime, Chi-Yu touched the girl's hand a few times, as if it was unintentional. The girl's pretty face just blushed, but she didn't refuse. It can't be. Su-dong's face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Could it be that I really met a legendary super expert? Has he already reached a realm that is not based on appearance and temperament? This has to be properly explored. In fact, with Chi-Yu's standard of picking up girls, it was unknown how many levels lower than Su-dong's. Unfortunately, this time Su-dong's luck was really not good. This exquisite beauty, who had just come in from the outside, Chi-Yu really did know her. Although they had only met once, it was enough. This girl was the beautiful medical student, Shuei-yu, that Chi-Yu met on his trip to Tibet. At that time, Shuei-yu was the first person to see the Kirin pattern on Chi-Yu's body. "I really didn't expect to meet you here. Chi-Yu, how are you?" Shuei-yu looked at Chi-Yu with a smile. Chi-Yu suddenly appeared in front of her, which really shocked her. The current Chi-Yu was obviously different from the last time. Compared to that time, he looked a lot more energetic, and the clothes on his body were no longer dirty. You could even smell the fresh air. Chi-Yu chuckled and said, "I also didn't expect to see you here. Shuei-yu, when did you come back from Tibet?" Shuei-yu smiled and said, "I should have come back before school started, but who knew that there would suddenly be a small plague in Tibet, so I stayed for a period of time. I just came back a few days ago, and I didn't expect to meet you here." Chi-Yu said, "This proves that we are fated. You really are an angel in white. I still remember the last time you slapped me. It actually directly knocked me out. I don't know if I was too weak or if your hands are too strong." As he said that, Chi-Yu grabbed Shuei-yu's small hand that was on the table and looked like he was carefully observing it. Shuei-yu's pretty face turned slightly red, and she gently twitched and said, "Don't be like this. Last time you were too weak. Now it's okay, right? What are you doing? Are you still working on your nude art creation?" Chi-Yu glanced at the dumbfounded Su-dong in the distance. He knew that his goal had already been achieved. He hurriedly stopped while he was ahead and let go of Shuei-yu's soft hand. He said, "Yes, I'm still working. How about it? Are you interested in being a model for me?" When Shuei-yu heard this, she couldn't help but think of what Chi-Yu said about creating nude art. Her pretty face couldn't help but turn even redder. She stuck out her cute little tongue and said, "No, if my father finds out, I'm afraid he'll beat me to death." Chi-Yu looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but be a bit silly. How could that be? Who would bear to beat a girl as cute as an angel like you? "You aren't you going to introduce me?" A low voice sounded. Chi-Yu and Shuei-yu looked at the same time and saw a man wearing casual clothes come to their table. This man looked to be in his 40s. His appearance was resolute, especially his gaze, which actually had a bit of a metallic texture. Meeting his gaze, Chi-Yu instantly felt the thundercloud force in his body fluctuate slightly. His gaze appeared to be absent-minded for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Shui Yu stood up and affectionately held the middle-aged man's arm, saying, "Father, you've finally come. You just came back from abroad. Why didn't you go home to stay and instead ran to a hotel?" The middle-aged man lovingly patted his daughter's hand and said with a smile, "It's not that father doesn't want to go back. There's no other way. This time there are a few foreign experts who came back with me. I have to first make arrangements for them, and then I'll go back with you. I'm afraid your mother will nag me again." His voice wasn't as cold as his appearance and seemed very kind, giving people a feeling of familiarity. "Hello, uncle. I'm called Chiyu." When Chiyu heard that it was Shui Yu's father, he hurriedly stood up. Although Shui Yu's father was slightly shorter than him, for some reason, Chiyu felt that his figure was abnormally tall. There was a kind of invisible aura. The middle-aged man nodded to Chiyu and looked at his daughter with some doubt. Shui Yu hurriedly explained, "Father, this Mr. Chiyu is in the arts industry. The last time I was in the same car as him on the way to Tibet, I didn't expect to coincidentally meet him here today." Chiyu smiled, saying, "That's right. Miss Shui Yu and I are really fated. However, I'm no longer simply creating now. In order to have more creative knowledge, I've recently been studying at a school." In front of Shui Yu's father, Chiyu deliberately restrained his rascally appearance. The clothes he wore were all branded by Hai Ryue. Although his appearance wasn't considered outstanding, his tall and straight figure, cheerful smile, and restrained gaze made it easy for people to have a good impression of him. As expected, the middle-aged man smiled, saying, "It's a good thing for young people to learn more things. May I know which school you're in? Don't tell me you're in the same school as my daughter." When the middle-aged man finished speaking, Chiyu suddenly discovered that a faint cold light flashed in the depths of the middle-aged man's benevolent expression. Chiyu felt strange in his heart. He didn't discover that because he was cultivating the Qilin Ascension art, his senses had already become a lot sharper. "No, I'm not studying medicine. I'm currently studying at Qingbei University's philosophy department." "Oh, so it's like that." The trace of coldness in the middle-aged man's eyes very naturally disappeared. "I'm called Shui Yin. If there's a chance in the future, you're welcome to visit our house. You err, let's go. If we don't go home, I'm afraid your mother will really get angry." Shui Yu smiled slightly and said to Chiyu, "Then we'll go first. If it's really like you said, maybe we'll meet again." Chiyu nodded, saying, "We definitely will. Uncle, Miss Shui Yu, take care." Watching Shui Yu father and daughter leave, Chiyu retracted his gaze. What attracted him the most about Shui Yu was the feeling of being as kind as water. Even a ruffian like him wasn't willing to blaspheme this kind-hearted little girl. "All right, stop looking. I didn't expect brother's level to be so high. Looks like I really showed off." Without knowing when, Su Dong had already arrived at Chiyu's side. His expression was a bit gloomier than before. Chiyu laughed, saying, "Brother Su, remember that you owe me a meal. This girl is called Shui Yu. That was her father just now. She's called Shui Yin. How about it? Did I get the name?" "Shui Yin? This name is very familiar." Su Dong revealed a pondering gaze. Chiyu said, "Both father and daughter are studying medicine. Miss Shui Yu is indeed like a white-robed angel." "Studying medicine? Shui Yin. Ah, I remember now. It's actually Professor Shui Yin. He really met a benefactor when he went out." "Chiyu, this Professor Shui Yin is not an ordinary person. He is a first-rate genetic researcher in our Yanhuang Republic. He has made great contributions to the country in medicine. He is one of the most outstanding medical scientists in our Yanhuang Republic. No wonder his name was so familiar. I didn't expect to meet him here." Chiyu said in surprise, "That powerful? Genetic inheritance? Why do I remember Shui Yu saying that she studied Chinese medicine?" Su Dong said, "That's right. Professor Shui Yin has always advocated the combination of Chinese and Western medicine. He himself is a Chinese medicine practitioner, so it's normal for his daughter to study Chinese medicine. Moreover, Don't you feel that Professor Shui Yin is a hidden expert? Chi Yu shook his head. I didn't notice that. I'm not as strong as you guys. Although he could feel that Professor Shui Yin's aura was not ordinary, it was only a hazy feeling. Su Dong said, "The energy fluctuations on this Shui Yin fighter's body are very strong. Especially when you were talking to him just now, the energy fluctuations on his body were even more obvious. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so sure. It seems that this medical scientist is not an ordinary person. However, this has nothing to do with us. If you can have a good relationship with his daughter, it would be a good thing. Professor Shui Yin's medical skills are very famous. In the future, if our Zodiac warriors are injured, looking for him will definitely be the right choice. Looks like I'm really old. I can't compare to young people when it comes to picking up girls." Chi Yu said snappily, "All right, you already have 50 girlfriends. If you keep going, you won't let us bachelors live. Let's go back to Qingbei. I think you still have to report to the school. This time, I'm afraid Qingbei University will have another lewd teacher." The smile on Su Dong's face did not diminish. It was obvious that he was not ashamed, but proud. It should be the perverted tiger teacher. "But don't worry, I will definitely protect you." Listening to Su Dong's special voice, Chi Yu laughed mischievously and said, "I don't need your protection. However, after arriving at Qingbei, there are a few women you can't fight with me over. How about it?" The conversation with Shui Yu just now was just a coincidence. When it comes to picking up girls, Chi Yu naturally understood that he was far from this perverted tiger. Just based on appearance, they were already not on the same level. The two left the hotel, took a taxi, and directly returned to Qingbei University. Chi Yu returned to the dormitory, while Su Dong went to the school administration office to report. He had to admit that Hai Ryue's abilities were extensive. In just a short day, she was able to find a teacher position for Su Dong. In Qingbei University, this was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. When Chi Yu returned to the dormitory, it was already noon. Just as he opened the door, he immediately smelled the familiar aroma of food. In the hall, Su Qing was just bringing the dishes to the table. When she saw Chi Yu, she immediately asked, "Why did Ming Ming suddenly ask for leave? Did you go out with her last night and do something bad?" Chi Yu hurriedly said, "I'm wrongly accused. We did come back a bit late yesterday, but I didn't do anything. Ming Ming had to go out of town to do something, so she asked for leave." At this time, Chen Yin also walked out of the kitchen. Hearing Chi Yu's words, she couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, "Chi Yu, why do I feel that your words are a bit more obvious?" Chi Yu said with a bitter smile, "Big Sister Yin, why are you making fun of me? Eat, eat." It was unknown how many times better the food that Chen Yin made was compared to the canteen. Chi Yu ate while praising it. His face was full of enjoyment. Su Qing looked at Chi Yu's mouth that didn't stop and teased, "Eat, you only know how to eat. I really don't know if you were a pig in your previous life." When Chi Yu heard the word pig, he couldn't help but feel a trace of peculiarity in his heart. He recalled the scene of him being together with Ming Ming last night. Chen Yin said, "Chi Yu, do you still have class in the afternoon?" Chi Yu swallowed a mouthful of food and said, "Yes, but I forgot what class it was. I'll take a look later. What about you guys?" Su Qing glanced at Chen Yun and said, "We don't have class. Finish eating and quickly go to class. You'll be late today." Chi Yu thought in his heart, "Not only am I late, I didn't even go. Hey, Chen Yun and Su Qing don't have class this afternoon. The two of them wouldn't be surging with passion again, would they?" Thinking of this, Chi Yu's lustful gaze couldn't help but sweep over the two girls. "What are you looking at?" Su Qing unhappily knocked Chi Yu's head with her chopsticks. Chen Yan's pretty face was slightly red. She couldn't help but look at Chi Yu with a strange gaze. Okay, I won't look. I'll leave after eating." Although he really wanted to see the live pornography again, he remembered that he would be living here for a long time in the future. He had no choice but to dispel this tempting thought. After eating, Chiyu took the book and left the dormitory. As soon as he left, Su Qing couldn't help but cheer. "Great! Finally no one will disturb us," Chinyin said. "Qing do you think he will see us that day?" Su Qing was stunned and said, "It can't be. I heard the sound of the door and quickly came out. Humph! If he saw me, I'll give him a pair of scissors." With that said, she made an exceptionally fierce hand gesture. On the way to class, a certain someone suddenly felt a slight abnormality in his lower body and sneezed. F***CK, who's scolding me? The afternoon class was simply a heavenly book for Chiyu. Because the effect of last night's cultivation was very good, his spirit was unusually excited today. In addition to the various cultivation methods of Kirin and Kirin's secret arts, his mind often flashed with the scene of Chinyin and Su Qing, the pair of beautiful girls in bed. For a moment, his heart couldn't help but be a little confused. 2 weeks quickly passed. You lived a cycle of life every day. During the day, he went to class, cultivated at night, and when he didn't have class, he would spend his time in meditation. Although he didn't know what level his strength had reached, but every time he cultivated, he could clearly feel the thundercloud force in his body increase. In these 2 weeks, a piece of news from Qingbei University couldn't help but make him somewhat unhappy. In the majority of the female students, there was a handsome teacher in the finance department. This teacher was none other than the perverted tiger, Su Dong. In Chiyu's view, this perverted tiger wasn't here to protect him, but to pick up girls. In these 2 weeks, he didn't even see a shadow. As the time they spent together increased, Chiyu, Su Qing, and Chenyin also became more and more familiar. Although Su Qing's character was a little impatient, she didn't lose her liveliness. On the other hand, although Chenyin looked friendly on the surface, it made Chiyu feel that she was always hiding something. In the beginning, he thought that Chenyin was only hiding her relationship with Su Qing, but after a long time he found that Chenyin often looked out the window and sighed, not knowing what she was thinking. When Vol had just arrived in Tibet, he had called him to tell him that everything was fine and that Master Zagru was ready to give them the initial awakening. Chapter 26. Bang, the dormitory door was slammed shut, and Su Qing ran in excitedly. Chiyu had just finished showering and was only wearing a pair of shorts. When Su Qing saw him, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, what are you doing?" Chiyu was also shocked by her. "Miss, you came back with such a big commotion. How can I not come out to take a look?" Su Qing quickly glanced at Chiyu's lower body, and her face immediately turned red, saying, "Who told you to wear so little? Aren't you afraid of freezing to death?" Chiyu laughed bitterly. "It's not cold in the dormitory at all. The school's heating system came early, and it's already here today." Su Qing snorted and snappily said, "Peanut beans. F***CK. Who are you calling peanut beans? Do you want to try?" A man's dignity was the easiest to be touched in that aspect. Su Qing looked at Chiyu's angry expression and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Pfft, who wants to try with you? Take advantage of my good mood and quickly go back to your room and put on some clothes. Otherwise, I'll kick you out of the dormitory." Chiyu curiously asked, "You seem to be very happy today. Could it be that you found a handsome guy? The heavens wouldn't be so blind, would they?" Su Qing glared at Chiyu hatefully. He said, "Who likes those stinky men? Although there are many people chasing after me, none of them have caught my eye. Oh, right, don't you know? The school is going to organize an autumn outing. Finally, I don't have to stay in school anymore. This is a good opportunity to play. Moreover, it's said that this spring outing will last for several days. It's a relatively far place." Chiyu was startled. He said, "Spring outing?" This word was already somewhat far away from him, and the last time it was said was 6 to 7 years ago. Looking at Chiyu's somewhat dejected expression, Su Qing asked doubtfully, "What's wrong with you? Don't you want to go? I don't think you're the kind of nerd who chooses to stay in school and study by himself." Chi Yu forced a smile and said, "Why wouldn't I want to go? I wonder where I'm going this time." Su Qing shrugged and said, "I don't know either." However, Sister Yin had always been well informed in the department of physics and thermal. There should be news when he comes back, right? Would Chi Yu like a spring outing? The answer was no. When he was young, other children would bring along large amounts of snacks and pocket money that their parents had prepared for them on their spring outing. However, his bag was only filled with steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Chi Yu looked at the other children who were in high spirits, and then looked at his lonely self. Every spring outing was a very bad memory for him. Unfortunately, the spring outing was a group activity at that time. He couldn't choose not to go. While they were talking, the door of the dormitory opened and Shen Yin walked in. Su Qing couldn't wait to ask, "Sister Yin, where are we going for the spring outing the day after tomorrow? Do you have any news?" Chen Yin smiled faintly and said, "Girl, you are always so impatient. Won't the school announce it tomorrow?" Su Qing pulled Shen Yin's hand and said coquettishly, "No, I want to know now. You must have news, right?" Shen Yin smiled and said, "I'm afraid you will be disappointed. We're going to Beidei this time." The moment Su Qing heard the 3 words Beidei, her expression immediately fell. "It can't be. Our Qingbei University is too tasteless. I don't know how many times I have been there since I was young, but we are going again. How boring." Beidei was a seaside tourist area not far from the capital. As long as you were a Beijinger, you would have been there before. The sea, there was a good place to relax in the summer. Su Qing didn't expect that they would be going there. Shen Yin said, "Qing, don't be like this. Beidei has been focusing on greening and protecting the sea for the past 2 years. It is much better than before. Although it is a bit cold at this time of year and not suitable for swimming, eating seafood is not bad. Anyway, we're just going to play look at the sea and relax." Su Qing curled her lips and said, "That is the only way. The school will not change its mind because of me." No wonder Chi Yu wasn't very happy when he heard about the spring outing. He must have known. "Pervert, tell me, did you already know?" Because Chi Yu's eyes were habitually glued to the ice cream on them, the title of pervert had already landed on him a week ago. Chi Yu said, helplessly, "How would I know? But going to the sea seems to be good too. I have never been there before." Su Qing and Shen Yin looked at each other in surprise. "You have never been to the sea? It can't be." Chi Yu said, "What's new about it? If I have never been there, then I have never been there. All right, beauties, I will return to my room first. Call me when it is time to eat." What a pity. I can't swim now, why don't? Just when one of the beauties saw these words, Chi Yu didn't say it out loud. He was no longer the child of the past. After a short memory, he immediately walked out of the unhappy childhood. The sea was once a place of his dreams, and this opportunity was not bad. 2 days later, Qingbei University's super large tour group left the capital early in the morning. A total of 10 large tour cars headed towards Beidei, which was 200 miles away. The reason Qingbei University chose Beidei was actually very simple. It was because it was already past the peak tourist season. Right now, it was the cheapest time to travel in Beidei. Whether it was food or accommodation, it was much cheaper. Moreover, Beidei was very close to the capital. The tourist facilities were complete, and it was very convenient to go back and forth. As soon as Chi Yu sat in the car, he immediately aroused the jealousy of many of his fellow male compatriots. The tour cars that Qingbei University hired were very spacious. Each car was double-decker and could accommodate 300 people at the same time. Each floor had 3 seats, and in the middle was an aisle. Su Qing and Shen Yin had many friends, but because Ming Ming had asked them to take care of Chi Yu before she left, and seeing that Chi Yu was lonely, they sat together with him. No matter who it was, having 2 beauties by his side would probably arouse the jealousy of other men. Looking at the scenery outside the car, Chi Yu's mood today was abnormally happy. He tightly hugged his school bag, as if he was afraid that it would run away. The things in the school bag were not expensive, but they were specially prepared by Xinyan for him yesterday. They were all his favorite things. For the first time, this was the first time that Chi-Yu had brought his own delicacies on a spring outing. How could he not be happy? There are still 2 hours left. Chi-Yu, let's play something. Su Qing's eyes flickered with a mischievous light as she looked at Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu smiled and said, Sure. What do you want to play? Su Qing thought for a while and said, The car is small. How about let's play rock, paper, scissors? The 3 of us will take turns to play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses has to answer a question from the winner. No lies allowed. How about it? Chi-Yu was stunned for a moment before he forcefully suppressed his laughter. Putting on a reluctant expression, he said, All right, then. As a former ruffian, rock, paper, scissors was a common occurrence to him. Su Qing playing rock, paper, scissors with him. Wasn't it the same as offering her secrets? Then I'll play with you first. Su Qing said impatiently. She chose the simplest rock, paper, scissors. Although it was simple, it was also a psychological test. Unfortunately, she met Chi-Yu. Without any suspense, Chi-Yu won the first round. I won. Qing, can I ask a question? Chi-Yu smirked as he looked up and down at Su Qing. Because it was an autumn outing today, Su Qing was dressed particularly casually, wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt. The white t-shirt outlined her exquisite body, and she wore a sky-blue skirt, revealing a pair of beautiful legs that attracted countless lustful eyes. What are you looking at? Best of 3, okay? You just won the first round. Su Qing was not a person who would easily admit defeat. Gosh, you didn't say it just now. It's not too late for me to say it now. Chi-Yu found that he was not a girl's opponent in calculating these things, so he said, Okay, again. After a moment, Su Qing looked at Chi-Yu with dissatisfaction. You go back. Okay, again. What else do you have to say now? Chi-Yu looked at Su Qing with a smile. Su Qing glared at him and said, Okay, I'm willing to admit defeat. Ask away. Chi-Yu rolled his eyes. From the first round to the last round, Su Qing found a total of 10 excuses. Was this still called admitting defeat? My question is, who is the person you like the most? Chi-Yu asked while sneaking a glance at Chunyan beside him. Mom. Su Qing answered almost without hesitation. Chi-Yu almost fainted, scolding himself for asking such a bad question. There was obviously no flaw in her answer. Big Sister Yin, go and avenge me. You will definitely be able to destroy him. Su Qing looked at Chi-Yu as if she was looking at an irreconcilable enemy. Xinyan smiled slightly. It was the same scissors, rock, paper. However, this time, Chi-Yu had met his match. Compared to Su Qing, who showed everything on her face, Xinyan's expression did not change no matter what she said. After 3 rounds, although Chi won, he still lost one of the rounds. It doesn't count. You go back, Su Qing said delicately. Xinyan smiled and said, Qing, don't be like this. Chi-Yu, ask away. Chi-Yu looked at Xinyan. For a moment, he did not know where to start. After thinking for a moment, he said, Who is your favorite person of the opposite sex? Xinyan burst into laughter. At this time, all the students sitting around, as long as they were male, pricked up their ears, waiting for Xinyan's answer. Chi-Yu, I think your question is stupid. My favorite person of the opposite sex is naturally my dad. Everyone fell to the ground. Many people had already begun to curse Chi-Yu in low voices. Chi-Yu looked at Xinyan. Xinyan also looked at him and shook her head helplessly. Chi-Yu said, I'm not playing anymore. If you keep asking like this, I'm going to die of anger. No, you want to run away after winning? Su Qing said angrily. Chi-Yu glanced at her and said, You really want to play? Su Qing said firmly, I want to play. Chi-Yu said, Then don't regret it. Su Qing snorted and said, You're the one who will regret it. Then come. A few minutes later, you, How could you use a hammer again? It doesn't count, it doesn't count. Su Qing angrily hit Qi Yu's shoulder. Qi Yu said helplessly, you want to play? Then how about this? I won't ask you any more questions. Let's end this game, okay? No. Maybe your luck won't be so good next time. Go ahead and ask, I'll answer you. Su Qing was obviously not convinced. Qi Yu's eyes revealed a trace of naughtiness. He moved closer to Su Qing's ear and whispered something. Su Qing's face suddenly turned red. You pervert. Her shy appearance seemed to want to find a hole to hide in. Qi Yu laughed and said, You didn't say I couldn't ask this. Quickly answer. I've already given you a lot of face by not asking loudly. I think I'm not the only one who wants to know this question. Su Qing looked at Xin Yun for help. Xin Yun curiously said, What did he ask you? Su Qing whispered something in Xin Yun's ear. This time, even Xin Yun's face couldn't help but turn red. He softly said, Scoundrel. Qi Yu laughed and said, I can't help it. My brain isn't good. I can only think of this kind of killing question. Su Qing forcefully patted Qi Yu's leg and whispered something in his ear. When Qi Yu heard her words, his eyes suddenly became like they were about to spit out fire. He forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly spat out 2 words. You're strong. Su Qing looked at Xin Yun and revealed a questioning gaze. It was as if he was asking her if she wanted to continue playing. Xin Yun's charming face turned red. She lowered her head and said, Let's rest for a while. Qi Yu complacently leaned on his seat. His mind was filled with thoughts. It was no wonder he would be like this. In fact, his question was very simple. He asked Su Qing what her underwear looked like today. Su Qing's answer was, T-shaped, lacy, and pink. The 2-hour car ride quickly ended. When Su Qing and Xin Yun got off the car, they immediately went to gather. They didn't even pay attention to Qi Yu, because of the large number of people. This time Qingbei University directly booked 3 adjacent hotels to put these students down. Although it was already late October, the weather these few days was exceptionally hot and stuffy. It was as if the old saying of the bald tiger was true. Qi Yu hadn't been in Qingbei University for a long time. During class, he slept most of the time and basically didn't have any friends. When the school allocated the accommodation, because no one was willing to stay with him, he received special treatment and had a room to himself. Qi Yu was also happy to be free. This way, he could also cultivate by himself. Although Beidai wasn't very beautiful, staying in a seaside hotel, when Qi Yu opened the curtains, he was immediately shocked by everything in front of him. The boundless sea was clearly layered. The closest to the shore was the light blue seawater. Although it couldn't be said to be clear, the waves were turbulent. The sound of the waves hitting the beach made Qi Yu feel as if he had entered another world. His mind was broadened. The seawater spread inwards. The further it was from the shore, the darker the color of the seawater became. The distant sea and the endless waves couldn't help but make him a little dazed. The sea breeze blew in from the open window, taking away the stuffy heat and leaving behind a bit of coolness. Although the salty and fishy smell wasn't pleasant, it had the unique smell of the sea. Qi Yu was very glad that he chose to come to Beidai. Because there was the sea here, his childhood dream had finally come true. He had an impulse in his heart and couldn't wait to dive into the sea and swim. Just at this time, his phone rang. Who is it? It's me. Su Qing's still slightly angry voice came from the phone. Thinking of Su Qing's reply, Qi Yu resisted the urge to laugh out loud. What's wrong? Miss Su, why are you looking for me? Su Qing said, It's not that I'm looking for you. It's Sister Yin who asked me to call you. The school doesn't have any arrangements for lunch. Eat what you brought, and then it's free time. Sister Yin asked me to ask you where you're going after lunch. Qi Yu thought about it and said, I don't know. What about you guys? Su Qing said, Sister Yin and I will go for a walk by the beach. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Come and be my escort." "Okay." Chi-Yu agreed without hesitation. How could he give up this kind of opportunity to get close to a beauty? After eating the lunch that Shan Yun brought for him, Chi-Yu used the phone to make an appointment with the two girls and left the room. The sea was very beautiful, and the beach had its unique points. However, when the beach was full of people, this beauty disappeared a lot. This time, there were tens of thousands of students from Qingbei University. Almost everyone chose to take a walk by the beach with tacit understanding. Although the sea was still as magnificent as before, the original tranquility was undoubtedly destroyed. Depressing. Why are there so many people? Su Qing looked around unhappily. Shan Yun smiled and said, "Isn't this normal? Let's go further. There should be fewer people." Su Qing and Shan Yun held hands and walked in front, while Chi-Yu followed behind. He wasn't unhappy because of the number of people. Among the 10,000 students, there were bound to be a few beauties. As he walked forward, his eyes constantly roamed around the crowd. At this time, a fresh figure attracted Chi-Yu's attention. Around her, there were at least 20 to 30 people surrounding her. He didn't know what they were talking about. This fresh figure was the foreign language department's teacher, Wen-Wei. Chi-Yu saw her, and she also saw Chi-Yu. She smiled and nodded to him. Chi-Yu hurriedly nodded, although he wanted to go up and say hello. Seeing that there were so many flies around Wen-Wei, he still dispelled the idea. As they got further and further away from the hotel, the people on the beach finally lessened. Su Qing excitedly climbed onto a large reef and shouted. The waves swallowed her voice, and under the sea breeze, she seemed like a fairy of the sea. Chi-Yu secretly thought that it was a pity. It would be better if Qinger's skirt was a little shorter. It would definitely be blown up by the wind. Chi-Yu, I'm not convinced today. Do you dare to make another bet with me? Su Qing stood on the reef and looked down at Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu said, "What do you want to bet with me?" Su Qing said, "If you lose, you will go swimming naked in the sea tonight. If I lose, I will also promise you a condition. Do you dare to bet?" Before saying what the bet was, she couldn't wait to state her condition. Chi-Yu said with a bitter smile, "Although I'm good at swimming. However, was it a good idea to swim naked? Tell me what you want to bet first." Although the weather was very hot these 2 days, and swimming was a good choice if he was seen swimming naked at night, he was afraid that he would not be able to find a hole in the sand. Su Qing said, "It's very simple. We will start running from here, and whoever reaches the beach first wins." While Chi-Yu was stunned, Su Qing had already run out. The terrain they were in was very strange. The reef was between the beach and the sea. If they wanted to reach the beach, the fastest way was to climb over the reef and run to the sea. If not, they could only take a detour. "Hey, I haven't agreed yet. Why are you running?" As soon as Su Qing started running, Chi-Yu knew that he was tricked. However, his reaction was very fast. He pressed his hands on the reef in front of him and nimbly flipped over. He chased after Su Qing in front of him. Su Qing looked back and smiled. "Since you are chasing me, it means that you agree. Come on, come on." Her speed, when running with her long legs, wasn't any slower than an ordinary man's. By the time Chi-Yu reached the reef, she had already jumped off from the other side and was running towards the beach. They were only a dozen meters away from the sea. Chi-Yu glanced behind him and saw that Shan Yun did not follow. His eyes flashed as he quickly took a few steps forward. When he reached the edge of the reef, he lightly shouted, "Appear!" His body jumped high into the air as he extended his arms to the sides. The originally disorderly sea breeze quietly condensed around his body. Accompanied by a faint layer of green light, his whole body glided forward. Su Qing was excited. She was just a few steps away from winning. Although Chi-Yu might accuse her of cheating, it was enough to see him suffer a setback. Just as she was imagining Chi-Yu's bitter face, suddenly there was a light breeze beside her. A tall and straight figure had already overtaken her. Before she could react, the figure had already rushed into the sea. His feet stepped on the water, and he turned around to look at her with a smile. No, that's impossible. Su Qing stopped in her tracks. She could not believe that Qi Yu could be so fast. Qi Yu looked at her with a smile and said, "There is nothing impossible in this world. Don't you think that I am very talented in sports?" Su Qing said, But don't you have a heart disease? And I stood on the reef before you. How could you catch up? There is not enough time." Qi Yu patted his chest and said, "Sorry, my heart is in good condition today. Qing, are you lost? You have to promise me one thing." Su Qing pouted and almost cried. When she thought of Qi Yu's question in the car, she knew that this lecher would not say anything good. Before Qi Yu said his condition, she hurriedly said, "The condition must be reasonable. There must not be any insults to women, including not asking me to have an improper relationship with you." Qi Yu laughed and said, "Am I that kind of person? I have always been very kind." Su Qing curled her lips and said, "You are kind? Humph. Now I remember why Ming Ming had that kind of expression when we said you are honest. You are a hooligan, a ruffian." Qi Yu smiled and said, "These two names are really intimate. Okay, I will say my condition. Don't worry. My condition will not insult you, nor will it make you have an improper relationship with me. I am an honest person, unless you throw yourself into my arms. Otherwise, I will not have any improper thoughts." Su Qing snorted and said, "In your dreams. Fine. Say it." Qi Yu looked at her up and down and said, "Didn't you say that if I lose you will let me swim naked at night? Well, my request will not be as excessive as yours. I only ask that you come and swim with me at night. It is not easy to come to the sea. If I don't swim, I will feel very wronged." "No, no way." Su Qing angrily stared at Qi Yu, thinking that this guy actually wanted her to swim alone with him. And at night, Su Qing's heart couldn't help but speed up. Qi Yu's eyes revealed a trace of contempt. "So you are afraid of the dark? Then forget it." "Nonsense. You are the one who is afraid of the dark. If I am afraid of you, then I am not Su Qing." Su Qing immediately covered her mouth in regret after saying this impulsively. Qi Yu walked out of the sea, took off his wet shoes, and held them in his hand. "Okay, then I will call you at night." As he said this, he walked towards the direction of the reef with the attitude of a victor. Su Qing heavily stomped the sand under her feet a few times and said to herself coquettishly, "I fell for this bastard's trick again. I am so angry." When Qi Yu and Su Qing returned to the other side of the reef, Xin Yin had been waiting for them for a long time with a smile on her face. But when she saw Su Qing's face full of anger, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Qing, don't tell me you still lost like this?" Su Qing fiercely looked at Qi Yu and said, "God knows how he can run so fast. I really wonder if he flew." She didn't know that although Qi Yu didn't fly, he did use the ability of the wind to glide for a certain distance. Although this ability wasn't very useful in an environment like the reef, gliding from top to bottom could indeed increase a lot of speed. Qi Yu had a victorious smile on his face, but he didn't say anything. In his heart, he was fantasizing about the beauty of the night, swimming with a beauty in the sea. Xin Yin looked at Qi Yu in surprise. She also found it hard to believe that this was the truth. After all, she saw with her own eyes that Qi Yu started much later than Su Qing, but he was actually able to catch up. She couldn't help but suspect that Qi Yu really had a heart problem. Qi Yu stretched his body as he walked to Xin Yin's side. "Sister Yin, where are we going next?" Shan Yin looked at Su Qing with a questioning look. Su Qing glared at Qi Yu and said, "We're not going anywhere. I'm so angry I'm going to die." After saying that, she turned around and walked back angrily. Xin Yun hurriedly chased after her, holding Su Qing's small hand as if she was asking about the previous situation. Qi Yu was left behind alone. Qi Yu was also happy to be free. "I'm singing a crooked tune. I'm smiling proudly in my heart." He had never swum with a girl in his life, let alone night swimming in the sea. If something happened, it would be very normal. While walking, Chiyu had a cigarette in his mouth. Because he won a lot of money in the car race before Ming Ming left, his price increased. The cigarettes also changed from 2 yuan a box of Huang Guoshu to 6 yuan a box of Hongha. The taste was much better than before. While he was smoking and following the 2 beauties in the direction of the hotel, 3 people walked towards them. In the middle of the 3 people was the lewd tiger. His white casual clothes made Su Dong's originally handsome figure even straighter. He still had his usual elegant smile on his face. On each side of him, there was a beauty. Although these 2 beauties couldn't be said to be stunning, they could be considered delicate. No matter how you look at it, they were at least at the level of eye candy. What made Chiyu very envious was that these 2 beauties looked exactly the same. They were a pair of twins. Suddenly, they were upgraded from eye candy to desire level. This lewd tiger really had a way. He could even find such special beauties. Ever since Su Dong followed Chiyu to Qingbei University, they haven't seen his shadow for the past 2 weeks. It seems that apart from being a teacher, he spent most of his time picking up girls. He even said something about protecting himself. Su Dong also saw Chiyu. Of course, he first noticed Xinyun and Su Qing walking in front, then glanced at Chiyu through the gap between them. 2 students don't go too far when you're out. After all, this isn't Qingbei. It wouldn't be good if there's danger. The soft voice sounded very comfortable. Su Dong took the initiative to greet Xinyun and Su Qing. Su Qing looked at the handsome man in front of her curiously. Ah, you're the new teacher in the finance department. Su Dong smiled and nodded. Chiyu, who walked to the 2 girls' side, had to admit that whether it was temperament or elegance, this guy Su Dong was almost impeccable. Shen Yun smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. We'll prepare to go back now." As she said that, her gaze swept across the 2 beauties. The twins clearly had a strong dependence on Su Dong. They didn't pay attention to them. Their affectionate gaze always fell on Su Dong. Chi Yu said snappily, "This, Teacher Su, we haven't seen each other for 2 weeks." Su Dong's gaze fell on Chi Yu. "Yeah, it really has been 2 weeks. Come, let's chat." As he said that, he greeted the 2 beauties beside him and pulled Chi Yu to the side. "Not bad. Boss Kirin, it seems that I really have to learn from you. I heard that you actually live in the girls' dormitory. I admire you." Chi Yu unhappily replied, "Your head is filled with semen, isn't it? Su Qing and Shin Yun are just my roommates." Su Dong smiled and said, "A real man doesn't need to explain. F***ck me. What about you? You're a beast of a teacher. You've just arrived at Qingbei and you're already destroying the flowers of the motherland." Chi Yu said hatefully. Su Dong still had a smile on his face. "How am I destroying? I'm promoting the flowers of the motherland to bloom perfectly, promoting their growth and development, helping them build new lives and ideals. Qingbei should promote me to be a professor since I'm such an outstanding teacher who cares about students." Chi Yu looked at Su Dong speechlessly. This guy looks elegant, but his skin is not ordinary thick. This level is obviously much higher than me.